Chapter 612. Tian Qiguang's sense of smell was extremely sensitive, and he could feel that the master was extremely concerned about Meng Nan. As though they had been pardoned, they immediately ran out of the door. The Golden Rose's boss, Lei Er Fu, who was known as the single-eyed dark snake, was currently sprawled on the ground, not daring to raise his head, and reported with a trembling voice. This person is a group of 47 people. They are extremely elite and boarded Qin Yu Rant's ship halfway. They were the ones who defeated the pirate fleet. 35 underworld continents' demonic mounts firmly guarded the empty space, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Shursen brought 10 underworld continents' demonic mounts with him, and the remaining 35 underworld continents' demonic mounts acted as though they were facing a great enemy. In White Sands City, there are roughly 100 of them. In the entire White Sands continent, there should be around 1,000 of them. Richard said. But he had brought them to Suji Worldwide Commerce early in the morning, causing Richard to be confused. Thank you, old Su. Tang Tian did not reject him. Then give them all to me. No problem. He did not understand Tang Tian's meaning. The word business seemed to have injected endless motivation into everyone. The team members who had been dispirited just a moment ago immediately surrounded him. The pitiful Richard was completely frightened to the point that he could not speak. He had to plan carefully. Tian Qiguang knew that he was just a hunting dog, and patience was more important than teeth. Su Jin looked at Tang Tian's calm face and felt a chill in his heart. He was a reckless and impulsive fellow. When his face was calm, without anger, without a roar, without even the slightest fluctuation, as if nothing had happened and he stood in front of you, that bone-chilling coldness would cause the surrounding air to become so cold that it was about to freeze. Guluin operated a small mercenary group, called the White Oak Mercenary Group, with a total of 300 men. In such a flourishing place like the White Sands continent, the White Oak Mercenary Group did not have any advantage, and could only accept short-distance bodyguard business. Guluin was startled and blurted out, "The Golden Rose is finished." "Captain, business. It's business." The member's tone was filled with excitement. Guluin frowned and scolded, "Did your butt get burned? Or did you owe a gambling debt again? Didn't I tell you to go to the guild to get business? Why did you run back?" Su Jin did not speak any nonsense, and immediately handed the money card over to Tang Tian. Lei Er Fu immediately complied. He hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage and asked, "Then Meng Nan, this person?" After exiting the Suji Worldwide Commerce, Tang Tian boarded the ship that the Ling family had specially prepared for him. The boat was less than 16 meters long and could accommodate no more than 50 people. Its defensive capabilities were outstanding, and it was also quite agile. Its shape was also very special. The outside of the boat was hollowed out, looking like a circle of bamboo baskets. The empty spaces were all prepared for the guards. Ralph's body trembled and he lowered his head even more. "Yes." Little Nine looked at Glenn. "Captain, should we do it?" "Little Gio, you finally got some business." Very quickly, a few more people resigned. Tian Qiguang didn't mind. The opponents of yesterday's fight were those big shots. A few of them were timid and afraid of getting into trouble. It was very normal for them to resign. Without saying a word, the subordinate stuffed a bounty warrant into Tian Qiguang's hand and fled. "Idiot, what are you going to do with your ass?" Hansen was completely numb. Richard's mouth was also wide open, and he was speechless for a long time. Ralph immediately said, "This subordinate has been secretly investigating this matter for the past few years, and there are some clues. Out of the 13 families, 6 of them have already escaped to the Gold Continent, as though there are people there to receive them. As for the other 7 families, 1 of them has left for the Western region, and the remaining 6 are all in the Southern region." When he finished reading the bounty warrant, the blood in his face had completely disappeared. An intense fear enveloped his entire body, causing him to feel as though he could not breathe, like a fish that was about to suffocate. But, in the entire security bureau, more than half of the people had resigned. Tian Qiguang finally sensed that something was wrong. He pulled onto one of the more loyal subordinates. "What exactly is going on with all of you?" With the black gold in his hands, and the Bai family as his ally, Tang Tian would definitely become extremely rich. Upon hearing that it was at least a few 100 million, everyone's eyes immediately turned red. One of the subordinates shrunk his head and walked in, and handed over a letter of resignation. "Master, this subordinate's mother is sick. This subordinate has to take care of the old lady, and is unable to continue doing this job. This is this subordinate's letter of resignation." Everyone was extremely excited. Business meant income, and when everyone was so poor that they could not even leave their nest, even the smallest business could save their lives. All the guilds? Gu Luan quivered. The entire White Sand City was in an uproar. Gu Luan received it in surprise, but when he saw the contents on the paper, his face immediately changed. The price on it caused him to tremble in fear. The red words were dripping with blood. Tian Qiguang opened the bounty warrant with a face of suspicion. The rows of blood-red numbers caused his eyes to widen, blood rushing to his head. The man in the shadows had no emotions in his voice. "That's right, I will even give an Empyrean ice tree spear." Tang Tian said happily, "Elite assassins for 100 million, give 10 Empyrean ice tree spears. Small leader for 1 billion, give 100 Empyrean ice tree spears. Big leader for 10 billion, give 1,000 Empyrean ice tree spears." Have you found out the locations of the 6 families? Could it be that the price is too low? Then double it, 20 million, 2 Empyrean ice tree spears. Tang Tian said arrogantly. "Find out everything. Do you want to take action?" Lei Er was excited. "First find out, do not arouse his vigilance." The voice in the shadows had a trace of complacency. When the nest is overturned, how can there be unharmed eggs? Suddenly, a member rushed in like a madman. "Commander! Commander!" Tian Qiguang snorted, "Go! There's business." "That's great. My butt is going to rust." Tian Qiguang entered the security bureau as per usual, thinking about the night before, the master's promise and consolation. His heart calmed down. The master did not blame him for what happened the night before. "Is it enough? My authority can go up to 100 billion. Su Jin added in with concern. After interacting with him for the past few days, Meng Nan was a person who valued comradeship. To help him at such a time, it would be good karma. "Commander," Xiao Jiao handed over a piece of paper. "Bounty, Golden Roses people, 10 million for 1 life." Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and said, "Coming to White Sands this time, I finally know how to spend money." Gu Lun looked at the broken-down camp, the listless members, his heart filled with worry. If there were no more business at the end of the year, they might not even be able to afford to rent a camp next year, and could only leave White Sand City. A guy called Meng Nan. Xiao Jiao had obviously investigated everything, and spoke quickly. Yesterday, Golden Rose was chasing after Meng Nan's subordinates, and at that time, the security bureau was involved. But who knew that Meng Nan's backing was so deep? A large group of important people came out to support him, and the security bureau retreated. This morning he sent out a bounty to all the guilds. 10 million for 1 life. Richard was scared silly. His body trembled uncontrollably. He finally understood why his subordinates would resign. The dazzling figure of 100 billion had sucked away all the energy in his body. Richard's mind went blank. A 100 billion counterattack had already exceeded the limits of his imagination. Richard was also curious how the master would counterattack. Although he had only interacted with Tang Tian for a short period of time, but he was clear, the master was definitely not a good-tempered person. He initially thought that the master would bring his men and directly kill their way in, but who knew, the master did not do so. "That's not a lot." Tang Tian sneered, "How about 10 million for 1 person? He did not dare to imagine what would happen if he threw this bomb. Tang Tian had thought of ideas the entire night. Warships could be bought, armies could be bought, but what about the Golden Rose? They could also be bought with money. No problem, even the gatekeepers are counted. If we don't have as many people as them, then we will fight with money." Tang Tian sneered, revealing his dense white teeth. He clenched his teeth. "I don't care about spending money. It doesn't matter if I spend more, but this time, I want to completely destroy the Golden Rose. Also, by information, offer a price to all the informants. I want to know who the person behind the Golden Rose is." I have prepared 100 billion for them. He did not believe that all the important people would always be guarding Meng Nan. As long as he had the chance, he would act first and report later, and bring Meng Nan to the Security Bureau. At that time, it would be a huge merit. But Tianqi Guang did not plan to give up. Roughly how many people does the Golden Rose have? Tang Tian suddenly asked. The voice that came out from the shadows caused Lei Erfu's forehead to perspire. He lowered his body even more. I don't know yet. Just at that moment, someone knocked on the door. Tianqi Guang's train of thought was interrupted. He frowned unhappily. Come in. Su Jin did not hesitate at all. He immediately expressed his support for Tang Tian. Using the warship as leverage, borrowing 60 billion was not a problem for the Suji worldwide commerce. The value of the warship itself was more than 60 billion. Furthermore, Tang Tian was a big customer that held black gold. Su Jin had been immersed in the business world for many years, and he was very clear of Tang Tian's potential. Yes, all the guilds, the Dark Guild, the Mercenary Guild, all the guilds have received the reward. He has already paid 40 billion as a security deposit. And 3,000 Empyrean ice tree spears. Little Nine was extremely excited. What relationship does he have with the Suji worldwide commerce? Wait a while more. The voice in the shadows was extremely cold. Send people to watch them. This time, we have to catch them all. With a trembling hand, Richard threw out the offers one by one. Do it. Why aren't we doing it? Gu Luan immediately reacted, his killing intent soaring. There is a Golden Rose stronghold on the next street. Not many people know about it. We will take it down first. Damn it, at least a few 100 million. Everyone, fuck this fellow. Gu Luan's heart was also extremely excited, but he was after all the leader, and forced himself to remain calm. Little Nine, what business is it? Who is the other party? A cold snort came from above. Lei Er's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He immediately said, this subordinate will immediately go and investigate. Inside the small boat, other than Tang Tian, there was also Han Xin, who was extremely anxious, and Richard, who had not fully recovered from his injuries. The 13 families, have you investigated clearly? The 3 words Golden Rose instantly caused the extremely excited members, as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, and they immediately quietened down. To do business in White Sands, how could they not know how powerful the Golden Rose was? Those who dared to go against the Golden Rose would not be able to live to see tomorrow. Not low, not low. Richard immediately reacted and immediately advised, for ordinary assassins, 10 million is too much, they are only worth 2 million. Tang Tian asked Richard curiously, is this price attractive? 100 billion. Who did the Golden Rose offend? Gu Luan muttered he was at a loss. Meng Nan? Richard was startled. He sat on the ground like a pile of mud. Chapter 613. No one noticed that an extremely ordinary person had quietly left the room. Is the situation very bad? Ling Xia probed. But Ling Xia hesitated. Ling Yuanhong's gaze was deep. We have made all sorts of deductions. He Ying and Lady Ro have already completed their arrangements. The situation is extremely disadvantageous to us. If this goes on, our chances of winning will only get smaller and smaller. We have to have a disruptor who goes on a rampage. A huge fireball soared into the sky and exploded, causing all of White Sand City to tremble. This was the largest stronghold of the Golden Rose, and it had also become the biggest piece of fat meat. You think I'm using him? Ling Yuanhong laughed out loud. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything as long as you pay attention to him and help him when he is in trouble. I have a premonition that this fellow is definitely a born troublemaker. This fellow was just an outsider, yet he was so arrogant and despotic. There would definitely be countless people who found him an eyesore. As long as the Security Bureau pretended to be weak, they would add fuel to the fire in the dark, causing the White Sand City to become even more chaotic, assassinations, kidnappings, causing all the big families to feel pain. They would naturally vent all their anger on the asshole. People came out of their homes and looked at the bright red fireball with complicated expressions. An indifferent voice came from behind. Too crazy, Ling Xia muttered. Sure enough, silencing them, what made him despair even more was that the Lord had disappeared. He knew how powerful that Lord was. If he was willing to help him, he might have a chance to survive. Ling Xia rarely saw such a complicated and hesitant expression on her father's face. Although her father was warm and gentle, but he was firm on the inside, he was decisive and insightful. Don't worry, he will die soon. The voice in the shadow was as calm as ever. Ling Yuanhong nodded in agreement. Very crazy. Ling Xia woke up in the morning and had just finished washing up when she was called over by her father. When her father saw her, he handed her a piece of paper. Ling Xia's heart trembled. She knew that her father definitely knew something. It hasn't been peaceful recently. Ling Yuanhong muttered. For a family with such a long history like the Ling family, it could be said that they had deep roots in White Sands, and the depth of their influence was something that outsiders could not imagine. There was no joy on He Ying's face as he coldly said, "Don't create trouble for me. I've asked you to come here to deal with the eldest young master. In the end, you failed, and now you've caused such trouble. If eldest young noble dies, the White Sands continent will be ours. At that time, you can do whatever you want. But before that, you have to kill him first." If it weren't for the fact that Madam and I are being watched closely, do you think we would need your help? Why? Ling Xia was startled. Ling Yuanhong laughed bitterly. Now that such a crazy and ferocious fellow has come, I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Yes, I just thought of it. Ling Yuanhong did not avoid the topic. So crazy, so unruly, such a daring fellow. Is there anyone more suitable than him to disrupt the situation? You've done well these past few years. Sigh, your death is a great loss to me. What a pity. The Continent Lord is completely obsessed with women. Madame Ro has complete control over the Continent Lord's mansion. It's hard for us to even see the Continent Lord. All the people in the Continent Lord's mansion were replaced by Madame Ro's maids. We had thought of infiltrating the Continent Lord's mansion, but who knew that the maid's strength was unfathomable? We lost many people. Lady Ro's background is definitely not simple. Ling Yuanhong gritted his teeth. They are about to make their move. Ling Yuanhong's tone was heavy. The 3rd and 4th Army have already sided with He Ying. Madame Ro, who controls the internal affairs, has been roping in half of the families in the White Sands continent. Tang Tian was famous, extremely famous. But the official order has not been passed down. Ling Xia did not understand. In just one day, the entire White Sands continent knew that there was such a tyrannical, crazy, and rich tyrant. The footsteps outside got closer and closer. Lei Erfu did not dare wait any longer. He went to the fireplace and opened the secret passage. It was his last line of defense. He could even recognize a few familiar voices. The people who used to bow and scrape to him were now wielding blades and swords, killing their way to his door. They used to tremble under the light of the golden rose, but now, the astronomical bounty had caused them to lose their fear. They had banded together and planned to feast on the golden rose's corpse. The shadow did not escape from the secret passage, but closed it at the same time. He moved Lei Erfu's body to the table. Although his reputation was not a good one, crazy, cruel, stupid, etc. But no one dared to provoke him, and no one dared to look down on him. It was said that when the commander of the 2nd Army, He Ying, received the news, he flew into a rage and killed 3 of his favorite dancers to vent his anger. This subordinate knows what to do, Tianqi Guang said respectfully. The huge sum of money caused countless people to take the risk. The fear they had towards the Golden Rose was completely dispelled by the sea of cloud coins. In the entire White Sands continent, the 32 strongholds of the Golden Rose were massacred. The most famous dark powerhouse of the White Sands continent was uprooted in a single night. The second thing is to form a good relationship with Meng Nan. Ling Yuanhong's words shocked everyone. Ling Xia reacted. Although her face still had traces of shock and absent-mindedness, she laughed bitterly. Basically zero. His family background, and the power he has, we do not know anything. The Golden Rose was completely finished. Yes. Ling Yuanhong admitted that when he first received the news, he was inferior to his daughter, but at the moment, he had already calmed down. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She did not believe her father's words. Although she and Meng Nan had not known each other for long and felt that he was a straightforward person, but he was still reasonable and was completely unlike what her father had said. Did Continent Lord not sense anything at all? Xianxia asked in a daze. Countless people saw Lei Fu sitting on the chair. Their eyes lit up, all of them roared and pounced on Lei Fu, quarreling, scolding, fighting. The entire room was in chaos. The night of bloodshed. It's already here, it just arrived this morning. Ling Yuanhong handed over a transfer order to Xianxia. On it was a bright red seal. It was the official transfer order. This is the result of Master Su'a by personally pushing for it. Do not have any misgivings, you need to grasp the Fifth Army in the shortest time possible. Ling Yuanhong saw Xia's expression and immediately understood his daughter's thoughts. He laughed out loud and did not explain. She received it with a look of suspicion, and when she saw the contents, the remaining sleepiness immediately disappeared. Her hands trembled, as though the paper weighed 500 kilograms. Her throat became dry. This is real? The Golden Rose was finished. The once strongest dark powerhouse in White Sands continent was completely finished. In that moment, everyone was in danger. The incessant sounds of explosions, groans, screams penetrated through the thick and heavy door. Lei Fu's entire body was trembling. He no longer had the graceful bearing of the single-eyed dark snake. Every time the fanatical shouts came out from outside, it would cause his entire body to tremble, fear and defeat written all over his face. Lei Fu's face had a strange smile, and he fell down. The White Sands continent had no lack of rich and powerful people, and there were many whose net worth surpassed Tang Tian, but no one had ever used such a ruthless method to take revenge. It's a little bad. Ling Yuanhong sighed. Ever since Ying offered Lady Ro to the Continent Lord 3 years ago, the Continent Lord has been neglecting politics. 2 years ago, I heard that many of the politics were handled by Lady Ro, and I knew something was wrong. Lady Ro's methods are extremely brilliant. In just 2 years, how many old faces are left in the Internal Affairs Department? Last month, eldest young noble was in danger. If not for Master Su'a by secretly sending people to protect him, I'm afraid. A stern look flashed past his eyes. The bronze mechanism beside the stone wall of the secret passage. Under the house, there were many powerful energy crystals installed. He pressed the mechanism, and in a minute, the intense explosion would blow the entire place into pieces. All of the greedy and despicable people would be blown into pieces. Xianxia never thought that the situation would be so terrible. Her face became pale white. Tianqi Guang was roused. He felt that the master's idea was brilliant. Bang! Suddenly, Lei Fu felt a pain in his chest. His expression froze. A sword tip had pierced through his chest. After leaving He Ying's residence, Tianqi Guang immediately gave the Public Security Bureau a day off and announced that he was sick. The originally chaotic market became even more chaotic, and murders occurred one after another on the streets. A shadow quietly appeared behind him. Understood. Xianxia nodded her head. He changed the topic. How much do you know about him? Just as Tianqi Guang left, a voice came out from the shadow. Your idea is not bad. What made Lei Fu afraid the most was that they wanted his life. About 10 seconds later, bang, the door was smashed open by the crazy flow of people. Isn't he worried that I will reveal what I did in the past? Ling Yuanhong nodded his head. That is also the reason why I called you over. You need to do 2 things. First, immediately go and take over the Fifth Army. But the master did not appear. You said Meng Nan? Xianxia thought she heard wrongly. Xianxia opened her eyes wide, her face filled with disbelief. Don't tell me they. 10 billion cloud coins, 1,000 Empyrean ice tree spears. Lei Fu's heart was filled with despair. Then what do we do now? Xianxia asked blankly. Although she was talented, she was still young. When Tianqi Guang ran to He Ying to ask for help, He Ying calmed down from his anger. He quickly thought of an idea and sneered. That's right, since the Public Security Bureau is paralyzed, then let it be paralyzed. Think about it, if even the Public Security Bureau is afraid of his savagery, then who will protect the citizens of White Sands? Protect the families? Such a cruel action will only cause blood to flow in White Sands City like a river. Only when enough blood is shed will they realize the importance of the Public Security Bureau and understand who their enemies are. The Public Security Bureau was deserted. More than 70% of the employees had resigned, causing the Public Security Bureau to be paralyzed. The Public Security Bureau that was unbridled in the past was actually frightened to such a state and pushed Tang Tian's reputation to an unprecedented height. Chapter 614. After listening for a while, he understood that Richard Jr. was doing research on spirits. This is a warship weapon, specially used on warships. Their warships are extremely powerful. If we do not have a warship, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, I realized that the zero-energy bodies in warships are a perfect match. I have no way to drag a warship over, so I only bought a few blueprints, materials, and these warship weapons. You need to immediately research on them. The most important thing is breaking the rules. Our aristocratic families do not play like that. Everyone has money. If we do that, we will only become everyone's enemy. Time. The most important thing is time. We need to hurry before the star door opens. Only then will it be meaningful. Once the star door opens, our advantage will immediately become zero. He was even more curious about Tang Tian's identity. With so many spirit objects, he had no choice but to overturn his conjecture about Tang Tian. No. If they have them, who can stop them? Bell replied with certainty and then muttered, "From the looks of it, Temple and the Honorable Martial Continent should be able to communicate, but they are unable to do so. If that's the case, the Honorable Martial Continent's spirit laboratory should be in Temple. Something's wrong." Ling Xia, an eldest young noble, appeared at the entrance of the Ling family courtyard. "What a powerful attack!" Tang Chou muttered. He suddenly thought of a question. Does the Honorable Martial Alliance have such a warship? Eldest young noble. Oh my, didn't I already pay? Tang Chou threw a huge bomb at White Sand City, and in the blink of an eye, he had forgotten about it. That's right. Bai sighed. Recently, the White Sands continent is not peaceful. I hope Brother Meng does not get dragged into it. Su Jin, who was closely observing the situation, naturally knew about it, and greeted Richard politely. Capable people would always win respect. In this day and age, any brick with a spirit was a treasure. What did the Honorable Martial Continent rely on to rise? It was spirits. Spirits had many benefits, and the most direct benefit was intelligence. If a saint could give birth to a spirit, then they could completely let the saint's spirit deduce laws. If a mechanism had a spirit, it would become stronger, it would become smarter, and could even strengthen itself. Tang Tian simply demonstrated the honeycomb sword cannon. Its terrifying might caused everyone to jump in fright. Originally, Su Jin did not intend to disturb Little Richard, but when he accidentally heard the word soul in Little Richard's words, he could not help but stop and listen carefully. Everyone's faces became ugly. If their armies were to face such an attack, they would not even have the strength to retaliate. The haze in everyone's hearts was swept away, and their morale was greatly boosted. Su Jin was very happy. Since he had nothing to do, he came to Tang Tian's place to hang around. He was very curious about Tang Tian. Bai Xiao also had a distressed expression on her face. Tang Tian's bounty had completely toppled Bai Xiao's understanding of the world. Messing with the other party was the right thing to do, but what about schemes? What about the method? What about the layout? Without anything, he just used money to smash the other party to death. Tang Tian's methods were simple and crude to the point of making one's hair stand on end. He'd broken all the rules and stirred up a storm. Thanks to Tang Tian, the market was not peaceful recently. It was extremely chaotic, and the number of people buying weapons and equipment increased greatly, causing the Suji worldwide commerce's business to flourish. Facing Tang Tian's request to keep it a secret, Su Jin happily agreed to it. Especially after knowing that Tang Tian refused to sell the spirit objects, he hoped to be able to participate in Little Richard's research. Su Jin saw that the young man looked familiar, and after a while, he realized that the young man looked similar to Richard, and then remembered that Tang Tian's group had a Little Richard. Although he did not know how the Honorable Martial Continent solved the problem, but it was obvious that other people were unable to solve the problem. That's right. Tang Chou quickly regained his senses. Compared to them, we have a huge advantage. We can place the spirit laboratory in the sacred Saint Galaxy and send the star treasures and spirit treasures there. We can also send the materials to Heaven's Road and build warships there. As long as we can research and create warships, we can directly kill the Honorable Martial Alliance and Temple, adding our zero-energy bodies. No one can stop us. And with star treasures and spirit treasures, Master will have the advantage in the sacred Saint Galaxy. Then, when he entered Little Richard's laboratory and saw the cabinet filled with spirit objects, he was immediately dumbstruck. What does that have to do with us? Su Jin, who had met with Tang Tian's dust, said, "Anyways, as long as he gives me money, I will sell it to him. I am not afraid of a war." Seeing that everyone was so excited, Tang Tian suddenly felt that the young man no longer had any worries. That's right, that's right. You arms dealer. Bai Yu had a look of disdain. Just as he turned into the inner courtyard, he suddenly saw a young man who was muttering to himself. He seemed to have forgotten himself. Upon knowing that the spirit objects came from Tang Tian, Su Jin immediately walked over to Tang Tian and requested to buy the spirit objects. Su Jin was currently racking his brains, wanting to curry favor with Tang Tian. His mind was filled with spirit objects. He was very clear that it was a huge gamble. If he won, his future, the rest of his life, oh no, the prosperity of his family for many generations, could all be foreseen. Such a thick thigh. If he were to miss it, he would definitely regret it for life. He was careful and did not tell the Suji Worldwide Commerce about the news, as it was his personal investment. Tang Chou's words caused everyone to be roused. After a large number of people met with a wall, Richard's name became famous in the circle. Upon thinking about who would provoke him in the future without saying a word, he would throw out tens of billions as a reward. What awaited his enemies would be endless assassinations, never to see the light of day. Spirit objects. The uncle and nephew of the Bai family could do nothing about it. Bai Yu laughed bitterly. That fellow is too crazy. If I were to buy his army, with his temper, whoever dares to provoke him, I reckon that he will immediately bring his men to flatten them. Su Jin was a shrewd person and immediately regained his senses and laughed. Uncle Bai truly has deep connections. Didn't you say that the price is very high? Is the method effective? Oh, as long as it is effective. All right, this young man is very busy. There are many things to do. You will not understand the troubles of a young man. That's right. Our conditions are much better than in the past. That's right. That's what I do. Su Jin was roused. Uncle is worried that he will cause trouble. No problem, Uncle can give me the quota for the army. I will buy it. The money was spent happily and was very tyrannical, but in the blink of an eye, tens of billions had been spent. The money was borrowed, and Tang Tian was desperately urging Bing to quickly refine the black gold, and quickly send the black gold over to repay the debt. When Bing heard that Tang Tian owed tens of billions of debt, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What kind of game is this? Su Jin, who had regained his senses, was extremely slippery, and did not reveal any inside information. She suddenly laughed sweetly, but her words were extremely tyrannical. Isn't it just fighting? Didn't we fight our way through like this? Furthermore, we already have such a huge advantage. It is already much better than before. Tang Tian said to Sai Lei. 3 Spirit City. Little Richard was extremely excited to meet someone who was like him, and immediately invited Su Jin to visit his laboratory. Su Jin revealed a bitter smile. Uncle, you're right. Sai Lei's gaze was completely attracted to the warship weapons. The weapons that were completely different from Heaven's Road released a fatal allure. He could not help but laugh, but he did not think much of it. Ever since the rise of the Honorable Martial Continent, spirit research was the most popular research. But Su Jin knew how big the hole was. Countless people had jumped into it, but no one had ever climbed out. Regaining his senses, Su Jin's eyes immediately became bloodshot. Lingxia, the recent news is not good. Bai Xiao said, the market is too chaotic, there are all sorts of rumors, and in the past few days, there have been a few murder cases. Many people are pointing their spears at Brother Meng, thinking that he broke the rules. Something is wrong. In a tea house not far from the Ling family courtyard, Su Jin was pulled over by the Bai family uncle and nephew for tea. Bai Yu and Bai Xiao looked at each other. Bai Yu laughed. Of course he will cause trouble, but it will not be easy for him to gain any benefits from Brother Meng. Isn't it said that a fierce dragon does not cross the river? Brother Meng is a fierce dragon that is not fierce. The army that I picked for Brother Meng is already on the way. Tang Tian thought about it, then agreed. I have to give face to the creditor. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. Su Jin happily went over. After a few conversations, little Richard's ideas made his eyes light up, and he even had the thought of funding him for his research. The Bai family uncle and nephew were startled. The two of them looked toward Su Jin's direction, and their faces immediately changed. Tang Tian jumped in fright. He did not have any plans to sell spirit objects. If the spirit objects were to appear in the market, wouldn't that tell the honorable martial continent that someone was coming from Heaven's Road? To attract the attention of the honorable martial continent now was definitely seeking death. Su Jin was prepared to find Tang Tian. He was said to be training. He truly is able to keep his composure, to actually have the mood to train at such a time. What weapon merchants hate the most is peace. Su Jin's abnormal behavior for the past few days immediately attracted the attention of Bai Yu and the rest. Tang Tian was worried about returning the money, but Su Jin was not. How could Tang Tian, who had the black gold, be lacking money? But Tang Tian's reward made his eyes light up, and he became extremely excited. Su Jin was ecstatic. He knew that little Richard's research had a bright future, and was the most important investment in his life. He packed all of the equipment in Su Ji Worldwide Commerce Laboratory and sent them over, and then invested all of his savings into little Richard's laboratory. But little Richard's mutterings attracted Su Jin's interest. Su Jin's understanding of spirits was much deeper than ordinary people, thus the two of them started to discuss happily. It was simple. Spirit objects were expensive and rare. Walking into the Ling family courtyard, Richard was extremely busy. He was trying to gather information about the 13 families. Now that everyone knew that Richard had a tycoon backing him, all of the information peddlers in White Sands became active. Many of them felt that Tang Tian was a fool with money and wanted to fish in troubled waters, but they met Richard. Richard was not a qualified intelligence agent, but his understanding of the 13 families was much deeper than ordinary people, and what information was reliable and what was not, he was able to quickly differentiate. What Tang Tian was worried about now was to return the money. It will be good if there are more of them. Maybe I can complete the task earlier this year. Someone wants to deal with him. Su Jin was experienced and said without hesitation, it should be He Ying. He is the most suspicious. Chapter 6:15. Because Sun Jie was dead, the 8th Army and the 36th Army were wiped out. If the vast star continent did not make any moves, the other powerhouses that were eyeing the vast star continent would pounce on them like wolves. So, Bu Zifei not only wanted to win this battle, he wanted to win it beautifully. The vast star continent needed a victory, an unquestionable victory, to prove to the various continents of the southern region that they had the strength to protect their own wealth. The vanguard unit had 50 men, but all of them were experts. Long Nan was a famous lone bandit in the past. His strength was outstanding, but after being recruited by Bu Zifei, he changed his name to the vanguard unit. Suddenly he stopped. That fist was his killing technique. A third of the energy in his body transformed into blazing flames that revolved at high speeds, converging into a fire vortex with a diameter of 60 m, like a gigantic fiery red disk. Is the vast star continent a snail? It's been so many days and they're still not here? Ling Su was extremely unhappy. Guarding the estuary every day was simply delaying his training. Long Nan's eyes were wide open. He roared and punched out with his right fist. He did not dare hope for the standard of the precious Bright Village Regiment scouts, but luckily for Jing Hao and the other two, the three of them were strong enough, and using them as scouts was overkill, so he could only make do. Through the gap of the fiery whirlpool disc, a man wielding a big sword appeared. He had assimilated the spear technique into his spear techniques, and very quickly realized that the spear technique could not only be used for traveling, but could also be used in battles. But Crazy Tang was able to sell the black gold for a good price, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Money was a big problem, and in truth, Bing's ability to earn money was not that good. But Crazy Tang was not a person who knew his place. Wherever he went, he would stir up trouble. "They're here." The black sword stronghold in the center lit up with a dazzling light aura. Following that, the light aura flowed out like water. The 36 sword strongholds hummed at the same time. The light auras were like swords, soaring into the sky. The sharp alarm resonated throughout the river, causing everyone's face to change. They could not help but stop what they were doing, and when they reacted, they all rushed into the sword forest stronghold. As expected, when he rushed out of the passage, his mind trembled, as though he had barged into an invisible net. Hearing that Crazy Tang had bought 2 armies, Bing was stunned. He had never heard that armies could be bought. The team members who had just flown out of the tunnel suddenly lost control of their bodies as if they were drunk. Bu Zifei was extremely familiar with the contents of the summary and had read through it many times. Sun Jie's strength was not inferior to his, but he had actually died in battle. This also made him not dare to underestimate his future enemies in the slightest. Although the summary was all about underestimating the enemy, Shi Sen's betrayal, etc., but Bu Zifei was not affected by these descriptions at all. Perhaps Sun Jie had underestimated his opponent, and Shi Sen's betrayal had indeed played a huge role. However, his opponent's battle prowess was also quite strong. Although mental attacks were hard to defend against, they were not very lethal. Their main function was to disturb one's mind. As long as they could get out of this area, their team members would be able to fight again. 200 men guard the ship. The rest of you, abandon the ship and enter the island. The 7th Army quickly completed their formation and flew towards the estuary. Speaking of Shi Sen's betrayal, the Continent Lord was enraged. The Continent Lord was not angry because of Shi Sen's betrayal, but because such a powerful talent was actually buried in the vast star continent, which was like a slap to the vast star continent's face. All the guesses about Shi Sen, after continuous investigations, were all rejected. The changes in the 36th Army also surfaced. Sun Zheng's mediocrity and usurpation of power was the root cause of the 36th Army's corruption. Around the estuary, there were no strongholds and no defenses. It could be seen that the enemy's strength was limited. To any continent, setting up cannons around the estuary was the most basic defense. The area around the Shang continent's estuary was empty. There was nothing. Fire whirlpool disc. The vanguard unit will enter first. Be careful. Be on guard against the enemy's sneak attack. Bu Zifei said solemnly. Entering the continent was the easiest time to be ambushed. The 4 walls of light were extremely bright, and below them, white clouds and forests could be seen. He risked getting injured to destroy the layer of spear net. The members of the vanguard unit who had lost control of their bodies suddenly exploded with blood. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of them were pierced through. This fist could sweep out a path in the rain of spears. Not far away, Crane and Jing Hao were floating cross-legged in the air, their eyes closed in rest. The difference was, Crane's crane sword was floating by his side, while Jing Hao's drunk on Saint Blood was placed horizontally on his legs. He fiercely bit his tongue. The intense pain and the blood in his mouth allowed him to temporarily escape from the mental attack, and his gaze immediately landed on the terrifying mental attack. After the previous battle, Drunk on Saint Blood had drunk its fill. Its killing intent had become even more astonishing, restless. However, Jing Hao was unmoving, firmly suppressing it. But he did not expect that the net in front of them was not just a single one. The vast star continent had a total of 8 silver armies. Other than Sun Jie's 8th army, there were 7 other silver armies. But the most important thing was to repair the pontoon bridge, to deal with the small groups of blue dwarves that might appear at any time. The 2 silver armies were a necessity. The one who suffered the greatest loss in the battle was undoubtedly the Sun family, Sun Jie's importance to the Sun family was irreplaceable. Anyone with a bit of insight would know that Sun Jie's death was the turning point of the Sun family's decline. Furthermore, Sun Zheng was still in the hands of the mysterious people from the Shang continent. If the Sun family wanted to redeem him, they would have to pay a huge price. Bing swept his gaze across the completed Sword Forest stronghold, revealing a satisfied look. The completed Sword Forest stronghold was completely capable of withstanding powerful attacks, even if he only had the precious Bright Village Regiment. His recent condition was extremely good, his spear techniques had improved by a lot, but he could not focus on training, causing him to be unhappy. The spear auras pursued quantity in the area they covered, and were not strong, but when used in such a situation, it was filled with destructive power. All of these investigations were the reason why the vast star continent did not immediately send out their troops. Without clarifying the reason, the vast star continent was like a thorn in their back. If they were to be watched by someone without knowing, it would be extremely dangerous. Is it finally here? Although he roared without stopping, as though his patience had reached its limit, but his spear attacks were not affected at all. Over and over again, the dry and dull training, he did not slow down at all. Chi. The three of them looked at each other. Crane stood up, and the slender crane sword flew into his hand. Jing Hao held onto Drunk on Saint Blood and stood up without saying a word. The agitated Ling Su suddenly retracted all of his qi and quietly moved to the side for a few feet. The dense energy was able to disrupt mental attacks to a certain degree. This made Bu Zifei even more cautious. Not far away, Crane and Jing Hao opened their eyes at the same time. Counting the time, it was about time for the vast star continent to make their move. A silver aura suddenly lit up, filling his vision. The sharp spirit qi shot straight towards Long Nan's eyebrows. His heart trembled. It's a spear aura. How? How is that possible? Stab him to death. Stab him to death. Stab him to death. The dazzling fist aura blazed like a shooting star. The destructive spirit qi enveloped the entire area. The three of them were like hunters waiting to strike, quietly lying in wait. To the vast star continent, the Shang continent did not have any benefits. Such a barren land, even if they occupied it, what was the use? For a few 100,000 citizens. That was even more laughable. The black-robed young man held onto his sword, like a dancing crane. He was ethereal and graceful. Bu Zifei carefully browsed through the summary of Sun Jie's battle. Bu Zifei gave the order without hesitation. The estuary quickly flew past Long Nan's vision, and as they were about to reach the end of the estuary, suddenly, Long Nan sensed something. His face changed, and he bellowed, "Be careful." Long Nan disapproved of Bu Zifei's cautiousness, and hoped that the enemy would attack them. Bu Zifei laughed bitterly. In truth, he did not want to fight. But he had no choice but to fight. The spirit qi that Crane Sword emitted was completely different. At times it was ethereal and ethereal, at times it was solemn and respectful. Even facing the raging waves of Drunk on Saint Blood, it was not affected at all. Bu Zifei was outstanding. He was a cautious person, and the 7th Army was a silver-grade army, so the entire vast star continent was extremely optimistic about this battle. 50 men, their formation looked to be in disorder, but they maintained a suitable distance between each other, so that if there were any changes, their comrades would be able to react in time. The tactics of the vanguard battalion was completely different from army tactics, and were similar to mercenaries, but their powerful individual strength ensured that they would be able to charge forward. Suddenly, an extreme sense of danger swept past his mind, and before he could react, the fire whirlpool disc in front of him, like a knife slicing through tofu, was sliced into two. Yes. The general of the vanguard battalion, Long Nan, acknowledged the order. He looked around and said, "Vanguard battalion, move out." Usually, Sun Jie's 8th Army and Bu Zifei's 7th Army were extremely nimble and flexible, and could move with ease. But the sudden change of events, the destruction of the 8th Army, directly caused the only one that could fight was Bu Zifei's 7th Army. Mental attack. Suddenly, the star treasure on his body gave a warning. Bing's heart trembled. Jing Hao and the rest had discovered traces of the enemy. Bu Zifei relaxed, but when he saw the estuary clearly, he shook his head. The estuary was only 50 m wide, and the 7th Army's warship was unable to enter. Such a small estuary was truly unpresentable, and even slightly larger merchant ships could not fly in. Ling Su roared angrily, his body moving like lightning. One after another spear auras surrounded the estuary, continuously lighting up. It was him training spear sprint. All of them were skilled and daring. They did not free fall, but instead increased their speed and sprinted towards the ground. Like arrows, their speed extremely fast. The vast star continent was connected in all directions, and this created the vast star continent's commerce system, but it also meant that the vast star continent was a place of hundreds of battles, and there were many places that needed to be guarded. Some of the unimportant places could be guarded by ordinary armies, but for the crucial strongholds, silver armies were stationed there and could not be mobilized. The life and death of the Sun family had nothing to do with Bu Zifei. What he cared more about was the strength displayed by the enemy in the battle. Firstly were the experts. A few of them had extraordinary strength. Secondly were the strange weapons. The blue spears he suspected were the Empyrean ice tree spears, and the small copper boxes he had never heard of before. Shirsen's small team was much more powerful and elite than he had imagined, and after changing their equipment, the elite team gave Bu Zifei a headache. The report was compiled by the survivors that escaped, the entire process of the battle and many details were reconstructed, and all of this became an important basis to judge the enemy's strength. Long Nan never thought that he would actually encounter a mental attack in such a desolate place. Saints that were proficient in mental attacks were few in number, and were the most hated existences. At the same time, they were extremely expensive. It was already too late to slow down. His battle experience was extremely rich. He clenched his teeth and activated the energy in his body, covering his entire surroundings. Chapter 616. Tang Tian sent eldest young noble and Ling Xia out. Han Sen was speechless. He had never seen He Ying before, but in the past few years, there had been countless of rumors about He Ying. He was narrow-minded, cruel and unbridled. Everyone knew of him. Thinking about the conflict between Master and He Ying, Han Sen felt that his suggestion was extremely stupid. That sky-high bounty made everyone believe that He Ying was a tyrant, and not just any ordinary tyrant. He shook his head. He had to put aside the complicated questions and let Uncle Bing and Crane, the more intelligent people, think about it. He reminded Richard to keep it a secret. But what worried him the most was that they would expose themselves. If the Honorable Martial Continent knew that they came from Heaven's Road, they would definitely take them down at all costs. They were still weak, and were in a dangerous situation. Such a scale of strongholds was definitely not something that could be done in a day. Bu Zifei hated that he could not kill the intelligence personnel on his side. Such a large stronghold, did they just make it out of nothing? If not for Bu Zifei sensing that something was amiss and rushing over, it would be hard to say if Long Nan would still be alive. He turned his head and saw Han Sen's worried look, and asked, "What's with your expression?" Tang Tian asked back, "Do you think He Ying will let us go?" Tang Tian was thinking about another matter. Richard's investigation of the 13 families had some progress. Out of the 13 families, other than one family that went to the western region, 7 of them moved to the Gold Continent. The other 5 families were all in the White Sands Continent. He was extremely hesitant. Bu Zifei looked at the 10 men left in front of him, his face ashen. He did not underestimate the enemy at all, but he never thought that on the battlefield he would realize that the enemy was much more terrifying than he had imagined. But the enemy only had 3 people, and they were actually able to kill them all. At the start, he only thought that they had a common enemy, but he realized that he was thinking too simply. He could not retreat, but he had sufficient patience. The enemy's standard was truly surprising. He had been in White Sand City for many years, and had a lot of information, so how could he not know about the fight between the 2 parties? Bing scratched his chin, deep in thought. But when they reached their destination and saw the majestic Sword Forest stronghold, everyone could not help but gasp. The eldest young noble was here to invite Tang Tian to participate in the Continent Lord's banquet, because the White Sands continent had recently gathered a large number of influential officials from various continents, and the continent lord who had always stayed in his own residence decided to host a large-scale banquet. Bu Zifei took a deep breath. He regained his composure. He suddenly had a premonition that the battle would not be easy. However, this did not discourage him. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Sun Jie had the backing of the Sun family, but he didn't. Bu Zifei, who was born as a commoner, knew that the reason why he was able to sit in his current position was because of his military achievements. Furthermore, there was the Sword Forest stronghold. But even so, the vanguard unit still suffered heavy losses. He looked around and saw that the soldiers around him had looks of fear on their faces. The vanguard unit was the most arrogant and despotic group of people in the 7th Army, and was also the strongest group of people. They were the most elite unit of the 7th Army, with outstanding military achievements. The towering sword stronghold released dazzling light auras, like light swords pointing to the sky. They were densely packed and filled with killing intent. No worries, it's just a banquet. Tang Tian did not think much of it. What made Tang Tian even more surprised was that the 5 families had an extremely high position in the White Sands continent. When they had just moved to the White Sands continent, the White Sands continent was besieged by pirates, and the 5 families risked their lives to help the White Sands continent repel the pirates, and were bestowed the title by the continent lord at that time. At that time, the 5 families had already concealed their identities. Although they had great merits, they did not flaunt it and instead used their authority to clean up all the clues. Tang Tian had a headache about how to interact with the 5 families. Do the 5 families know of the existence of Heaven's Road? If they don't, how can I explain it to them? Will they believe me? Will I expose myself? Can he rush back if I tell them? Bing replied without turning his head. He has important things to do over there. The precious Bright Village Regiment's strength is truly inferior to them, but if we are in the Sword Forest stronghold and are still killed by this army, then I will just kill myself. Long Nan's strength was unparalleled. He was just half a step away from the Silver Realm and was definitely a powerful general on the battlefield, but the opponent had only used one sword to injure him. And inside the Sword Forest stronghold, they had sufficient manpower, and he was not worried about being surrounded. He had been training the precious Bright Village Regiment for the past few days, and their synchronization rate had finally reached a level that Bing felt was acceptable. Bing's words were extremely arrogant, but no one felt that he was boasting. He was originally a famous general, and as long as he took action, he would be invincible. His standard was so high that even the arrogant Tang Chou had to admit that he was inferior. Along the way, they advanced extremely cautiously. The scouts were like flowing water, constantly investigating the situation around them. But everyone knew that after the matter, Meng Nan would definitely be hated by Ying, and both parties would not have any leeway. The anticipated sneak attack did not happen, and the entire 7th Army heaved a sigh of relief. To the Sword Forest stronghold, it was the most important period of time. It's the 7th Army. The one who spoke was an old man that Bing had selected from the 36th Army. His face was gloomy. The 7th Army's general is Bu Zifei. He is extremely cautious and strict. His standard is extremely high. The 7th Army is a silver rank army and is highly valued. Bu Zifei does not have any background and relied on his military achievements to reach this stage. In the past, this subordinate had heard of a saying that if Bu Zifei was not burdened by his family background, just based on his strength, he could be ranked in the top 3. Tangtun, oh, so it's like that. Move out. The current precious Bright Village Regiment did not have much hope, but to use them to defend the city he was rather assured. It was just 3 people, but they had practically wiped out the entire vanguard unit, and Long Nan was heavily injured, causing the morale of the vanguard unit to drop to rock bottom. I need to think of a way to completely keep the 7th Army here. Will the 5 families have any thoughts about Heaven's Road? Crane turned and asked Bing, do we really not need to inform Crazy Tang? The situation in White Sands continent was clear to everyone. Eldest young noble was here to ask for reinforcements. Although they did not know what eldest young noble and Meng Nan were talking about, but everyone could roughly guess. What did Meng Nan have? Money. Although Meng Nan had a few elites by his side, but they did not have much of an influence on the situation. The only thing that could make eldest young noble worry about was money, and everyone needed money bags. Eldest young noble's visit caused many people to keep quiet. Tang Tian did not care about attending banquets or whatnot. Han Sen hesitated for a moment. Master, you do not know, He Ying and Lady Ro have been working together for many years, and eldest young noble's strength has been greatly reduced. Everyone is saying that eldest young noble will not be able to hold on for long. Currently, close to 70% of the aristocratic families in the continent have joined He Ying. Such experts, for 3 of them to appear at the same time, and the 3 of them were extremely well coordinated, where did they come from? The 5 families had been concealing their strength and biding their time for so many years, and their current strength was not to be looked down upon. He was thinking about a deeper question he had asked before. There were only 8 silver-grade armies in the vast star continent, and the destruction of Sun Jie's 8th army only made the vast star continent feel some pain, but if Bu Zifei's 7th army were to be destroyed as well, then it would truly be a huge blow. The most elite silver-grade armies, to lose a quarter of their strength in one go, was not as simple as just feeling pain. For the sake of being grand, the location of the banquet was the Sand Continent's garden, which was the Continent Lord's private garden. Set up camp. The series of questions caused Tang Tian to have a headache. The 7th army spread out in the sky, like a regiment of black clouds. They headed towards the Sword Forest stronghold. Bu Zifei had done his homework and had long found out the location of the enemy's base, although he did not understand why the enemy would build the stronghold at the riverbank where even birds would not shit. Master is wise. Han Sen immediately said, if not for Master Sua by supporting eldest young noble, I am afraid that eldest young noble would have long. Everyone nodded their heads. They did not know how strong Bu Zifei was, but from the looks of it he was definitely an elite. Bu Zifei quickly made a decision. He had never seen the stronghold in front of him before, so he decided to observe and probe, to see if the stronghold was just for show, or if it was something else. Inside the Sword Forest stronghold, Bing and the rest were observing the enemy. They would definitely be badly injured. At that time, the vast star continent would not have the time to care about them, and there would definitely be many people who would take advantage of the situation. The Sword Forest stronghold would be able to gain sufficient breathing space. The expensive black gold would bring them sufficient wealth, and with the 2 armies that Tang Tian had bought, Shursen could replenish the underworld continent's demonic mounts, and at that time, their strength would have a qualitative leap. The war had become the one he was most unwilling to fight, although the 7th army was strong, but sieging a stronghold was not their advantage. If it was an ordinary stronghold, he would not be too worried, but the scale of the stronghold made him feel that it was troublesome. I wonder how Uncle Bing and the rest from the Shang continent are doing, Tang Tian thought. Tang Tian's money did not go to waste. Richard still managed to find a few precious clues. If these clues were placed in other people's hands, they would most likely be confused, but in Richard's hands, it caused him to be roused, and he quickly locked onto the 5 families. The Sword Forest stronghold was formed from Sai Lei's blood and sweat. It was forged with black gold, with star treasures guarding it, and a treasure city. Even Bing, who had always had his eyes on the top, and even he himself was not willing to touch such a stronghold. Can't you see Su Jin's fawning look? Even the shopkeeper of the Su Ji worldwide commerce is so fawning, who would doubt his wealth? The entire 7th army sunk into a strange silence. Bu Zifei was in a daze. The scale of the stronghold in front of him was completely different from what he had reported. It was not a stronghold but an entire stronghold. The light auras were connected together and resonated with each other. Long Nan's face was pale white. His heart was filled with shock and fear. No one was clearer than him on the danger he was in. The cold and strange mental attack. The swordsman who had gained enlightenment on laws. The spear auras that were like a torrential rain of stars that no one could block. Any one of them were experts amongst experts, and were stronger than him. Chapter 617. She was not worried about Tang Tian's safety at all. Along the way, there were guards from the Ling family, and the banquet was even more heavily guarded. Meng Nan's own strength was extremely powerful, and it was definitely not an easy task to make a move on him. How dare you? Chief Steward Chu of the Continent Lord Manor respectfully bowed. He knew that this young man in front of him was a ruthless character. With a perfect smile on his face, he complimented, "Mr. Meng's brilliance, it seems like everyone will be amazed tonight. I wonder how many beauties will be attracted by Mr. Meng. Don't you think entering the city sounds awesome?" Tang Tian asked. He waited for a while, but there was no movement behind him. What was this guy doing? Ling Xia was enraged. She turned her head and was dumbstruck. I can't even reason with this idiot. He did not even blink his eyes as he smeared Crane and Magic Flute's name. Why did they have to be more handsome than him? When the Continent Lord and Madame Ro walked into the hall, this was what they saw. The Continent Lord revealed an unhappy expression. Madame Ro's expression did not change much other than a flash of surprise in her eyes. Tang Tian buried his head in eating. Ling Xia, who was by the side, laughed till her stomach hurt. You can bring 20 guards with you. Ling Xia added, of course, these guards are unable to enter the gardens and can only stand guard outside. Ling Xia felt as though she was sitting on pins and needles. She came from an aristocratic family and had long been trained in etiquette. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Tian's action, coupled with the disdainful and mocking gazes, made her face flush red. Ling Xia was once again speechless. There was a voice roaring in her heart. That's completely fallacious reasoning. But how could she refute him? Ling Xia suddenly realized that she did not know how to refute, and this made her go crazy. That's right, you're a big shot. Ling Xia's tone was resolute and decisive to the point that she wanted to vomit, but she still maintained a serious expression. But you see, all important figures pay attention to their bearing, pay attention to their demeanor. Even if everyone has a blood feud on the surface, they are all amiable. Drawing one's sword over a disagreement is the behavior of a boorish man. Tang Tian did not know that the Shang continent was currently fighting intensely. He was currently dressed in a suit and leather shoes, and looked around awkwardly. Looking at Han Sen's insistence, Tang Tian helplessly said, all right, I'll follow the customs of the city. Ling Xia was startled. Think about it. Big shots are all very powerful. Is holding back something a big shot would do? Tang Tian proudly patted his chest and said, what we big shots do is that whoever dares to provoke us will be beaten to the ground with one punch and crushed with one foot. We will kill one as a warning to the others and kill the monkey to warn the chicken. 2 consecutive roars sounded out, causing Ling Xia to jump in fright. She turned her head, and upon seeing the 2 people, her face changed. More powerful? Then I won't. Tang Tian waved his hand. Hansen said with certainty, yes, sir. It had to be so. Without a doubt, you will be one of the most eye-catching protagonists of this banquet. Etiquette is an indispensable respect. All right, the main thing was that he no longer had any spare suits, so he decided not to touch them. The servant nearby could not help but chuckle. Manager Chu's eyes flashed with a strange look, but he quickly revealed a smile again. I believe that everyone will get to know Mr. Meng again tonight. Both of you, please. Do you know what a big shot is? Tang Tian extended out a finger and scoffed. It is to quickly repay kindness and enmity, to not let the night pass, to take revenge when there is enmity, to seek revenge when there is no enmity. Impudent. Ling Xia was dumbstruck. Too ruthless. Ling Xia suddenly felt a huge pressure on her. She had a heavy responsibility. Although she did not understand why her father and eldest young noble valued Meng Nan so much, but she knew the severity of the matter. Yes, that's him. If not for him, the market would not be in such a mess. Sitting in the Ling family's small boat, Tang Tian felt as though he was tied up like a dumpling and was extremely uncomfortable. To Tang Tian, who was used to wearing battle clothes, the fitted black suit was not comfortable at all. But hearing Ling Xia's words, he replied in disdain. This sort of thing that relies on one's face to make a living is something that only little Crane and Magic Flute do. Godlike young lads rely on their fists to do the talking. The moment Tang Tian appeared, there was a momentary silence in the venue. Ling Xia had already decided, during the banquet, she would definitely not leave his side. Tang Tian felt that Ling Xia was spouting nonsense. Lion King Lei Ong, Temple, the 12 ecliptic palaces, which one of them did not pull out their blades at the slightest disagreement. Tang Tian had fought and killed for so many years, but had never heard of such a thing. Ling Xia turned pale with fright and immediately pulled on Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not care. Ling Xia looked towards the direction of the continent lord. Tang Tian followed Ling Xia's gaze and was enlightened. He nodded his head. "Welcome, Mr. Meng." Although he did not intend to rely on his face to make a living, but to be praised as handsome, Tang Tian was extremely pleased, and his foolish nature was immediately exposed. He struck a pose in front of Manager Chu. "Is that so? Is that so? Very handsome, right?" But very quickly, everyone realized that they had lost their composure, and immediately spoke loudly to cover up their awkwardness. But with so many people speaking at the same time, the entire place's volume suddenly rose, and everyone was shocked once again. Ling Xia heaved a sigh of relief. She immediately stood up and prepared to bring Tang Tian to greet the continent lord. Although she did not know who the little crane and magic flute that Tang Tian was talking about were, Ling Xia could roughly guess, but she could not help but remind Tang Tian, "This is your first time coming to such a place. You must remember, no matter what happens, do not use your fists to solve the problem." Ling Xia's mind could not help but think, "Wait a minute, how did I get brainwashed by him?" Tang Tian, who was focused on eating his cake, was caught off guard. His hand trembled, and half of the cake fell to the ground. He stared blankly at the cake that fell to the ground. His face immediately became gloomy. Compared to those people, the food in front of him was more to his liking. "Oh no, I will definitely do that." On the contrary, Ling Xia, who was seated opposite Tang Tian's, eyes lit up. Tang Tian's physique was tyrannical, but he was not big. On the contrary, his physique was well proportioned. There was nothing special about him usually, but after wearing his suit, he looked extremely tall and slender, with an extraordinary heroic aura. Tang Tian's expression was somewhat stiff. If it was placed on other people, it would be extremely uncoordinated, but Tang Tian's body was filled with killing intent, forming an indescribable coldness. "As expected, you have never seen any important figures," Tang Tian said proudly. "How can killing the chicken to warn the monkey be as powerful as killing the monkey to warn the chicken? If the monkey is killed, would the chicken still dare to move?" Tang Tian sat there like a wooden puppet, not moving an inch. He was afraid that he would accidentally tear his clothes. Han Sen had warned him that the fabric of his clothes was not very sturdy, and Tang Tian, who was careless, had already damaged 3 sets of suits, which made him understand how fragile the clothes were. This also gave him another bad impression. "Cutting corners and cutting corners," Tang Tian said loudly. "Relax, relax, it is such a simple matter. To this godlike young lad, it is a piece of cake." Ling Xia did not object. "All right. All right." Han Sen heaved a sigh of relief. "Master, please remember, your movements must be small, your movements must be slow, and your strength must be light." The main venue was a spacious lawn, filled with tables and chairs. The lights were bright, as though it was daytime. At the moment, many people had already arrived. All of them were in groups of 3 to 5, holding wine cups in their hands, chatting and laughing. "Yes, do not use force," Ling Xia explained patiently. "All the people here are important figures. We need to be careful." Han Sen felt that he was too stupid to argue with the master on this matter. Seeing the food on the table, Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he sat down and started wolfing down the food. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tang Tian had an innocent look on his face. Tang Tian's mouth was stuffed with cream cake. He stared at Ling Xia with his eyes wide open, not understanding what was going on. The discussions around him were filled with fear and restraining fear. On the contrary, the discussions of the ladies were much more pleasant to listen to. Although Tang Tian was not considered handsome, but he had a tall and slender body. With the killing intent that he had experienced for a long time, it made him stand out amongst the group of pot-bellied nobles. What if this fellow really got into a fight at the banquet because of a disagreement? Such delicious food, to only encounter it today. Countless of gazes of disdain immediately shot over. For Tang Tian to not care about his image when eating, in the eyes of these people, it was a display of lack of upbringing and quality. "This is the nouveau riche surnamed Meng? Are you sure you want to wear this?" Tang Tian was extremely uncomfortable. Tang Tian glared at Ling Xia and spoke in an extremely unsatisfied tone. I am the big shot. Saying that Tang Tian was not a big shot, Ling Xia suspected that he would do something stupid. To find a big shot to fight and prove that he was a big shot, Ling Xia did not doubt that the fool in front of her would do such a thing. To find a big shot to fight and prove that he was a big shot, Ling Xia did not doubt that the fool in front of her would do such a thing. Where did he get so much money from? The night had just fallen, the lanterns were lit, the grass, pavilions, buildings, waterside pavilions were filled with delicacies and wine, with well-dressed servants shuttling back and forth. Oh my God! Ling Xia subconsciously corrected him, it's killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Ling Xia stopped. She noticed that Tang Tian was looking at her weirdly, and asked, what? Ling Xia covered her face, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ling Xia was speechless, she did not know how to reply. It was an outdoor banquet. Ling Xia face-bombed, she suddenly felt that accompanying Tang Tian to the banquet was a mistake. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, she had no choice but to release it, she had no way out. Actually, I feel that it's not bad. Ling Xia laughed. At least you are handsome, I reckon that you will be able to charm many girls tonight. The courtyard also needed people to guard it, and in the past few days, there were many people sneaking around outside the courtyard. If they were not careful, they would be in trouble. Ignoring everything else, just little Richard's laboratory was not something that money could buy. Thinking about it, Ling Xia felt a chill down her spine. I can't let that happen. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Moreover, she resolved that she would definitely stay by this fellow's side to avoid anything unexpected from happening. The person who invented these clothes should be stabbed to death. Tang Tian was extremely hateful and even used Ling Su's catchphrase. Then what should I use? Tang Tian frowned. I am not proficient in other weapons. Master, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Han Sen corrected him, he was a tactful person, but he had been the manager of the hotel for a long time, and his obsession with etiquette was almost instinctive. Chapter 6:18. Qin Yuran had entered Meng Nan's residence a few times, and this was not news in White Sand City. Gong Chen believed that no matter where he went, he would always be dazzling, and no matter how famous Qin Yuran was, she would still give him some face. His intuition was extremely sharp. Gong Chen's gaze was cold, his entire body releasing killing intent, making him look like a venomous snake in the darkness. Tang Tian was not afraid at all, he was eager to give it a try. Ling Xia was anxious. If Gong Chen were to accuse them, then the Continent Lord's impression of Mr. Meng would be extremely bad. She could not help but say, how can Imperial Guard Gong speak such nonsense? Mr. Meng is just protecting himself. Gong Chen's sword trembled, and the sword transformed into a rain of insects, bringing forth a bone-chilling rustling sound. They pounced towards Tang Tian. The entire place immediately erupted with ridicule. Gong Chen's flying posture was elegant and graceful, but Tang Tian's flying posture, in everyone's eyes, was extremely ugly. A few sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that Meng Nan did not use energy, but compressed air. Could he be an energy impediment? Tang Tian, who was swimming around Gong Chen, also revealed a look of caution. Gong Chen's body did not have any weak points. Regardless of which angle he tried to attack from, he would always be within the range of Gong Chen's unsheathed sword. The rustling sound of insects became louder and louder, and the sense of danger in Tang Tian's heart became even more intense. The shattered auras that floated out from the ignis tree slowly floated and danced in the air. Like fireflies in the middle of summer, it was like a dream. Tang Tian, who was surrounded by fireflies, did not have any killing intent, but was extremely calm and peaceful. Tang Tian stared at the two people in front of him with an unkind expression. Tang Tian had already forgotten about the cake. The fighting intent in his body was boiling. All of his attention was focused on the battle. Qin Yuran had long entered the competition grounds, but she was at the other end of the garden, with a group of young ladies. She did not like being with a group of men. All of them had gazes that looked as though they wanted to swallow her up, and she did not like it. Seeing Gong Chen and Meng Nan facing off in the sky, her face changed. Tang Tian knew that he had to attack. Gong Chen's mouth curled into an indiscernible sinister smile. Furthermore, when he thought of He Ying's promise, his heart was on fire. Bai Yu sighed. Meng Nan is still too young, and fell for it easily. Looks like I'll have to exercise a little tonight. I believe my old face still has some use. The Continent Lord muttered, those who come are guests, but since both of you want to exchange pointers, then don't go overboard. Don't hurt the harmony. Ling Xia wanted to retort, but Tang Tian stood up impatiently. Hey, do you want to fight? The one on the left was a handsome man in his 30s. His name was Gong Chen and he was deeply trusted by the Continent Lord. He was the Continent Lord's personal guard. The beautiful woman on the right was called Xian, and she was Lady Ro's maid. When the two of them flew up to the surface of the lake, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. His plan was very successful. The other party was even more stupid than he had imagined, easily falling into his trap. And with everyone present standing on his side, if he accidentally killed Meng Nan, no one would blame him. It was Tang Tian's first time encountering such a situation, and his face became gloomy. So fast. Gong Chen's sword was completely unsheathed, and only then did Tang Tian see clearly that Gong Chen's sword was actually formed from countless of tiny transparent insects. He took a deep breath. Since you don't have any flaws, then I will attack you until you do. If there was anything that Tang Tian hated the most, it would be being disturbed when he was eating. Ling Xia had thought that something would happen, but she never thought that it would happen so quickly. Especially when she saw the two people who shouted out, she knew that it was not good. He flew to the sky above the lake. There was enough space for both parties to fight without affecting the competition grounds. He pretended to be humiliated and enraged, but his heart was ice cold. Bai Yu was surprised. His nephew looked to be humble on the surface, but in his bones, he was extremely arrogant. He never thought that he would have such confidence in Meng Nan, causing him to be surprised. Gong Chen was extremely calm. The Meng Nan in front of him was like an oppressive wild beast. He squinted his eyes, his hand on the sword hilt at his waist. For the battle, he had made meticulous arrangements, and had even privately discussed with Xiao Ian he had made preparations for Meng Nan's attack. Gong Chen's face flushed red. To be humiliated in front of so many people, how could he endure it? His eyes were about to bleed. He immediately pleaded to the Continent Lord. Mr. Meng has invited me to fight. How can my White Sands not have anyone? This subordinate requests to fight. Xiao Yian's face changed. He was overwhelmed with shock. This guy's speed is even faster than the last time. Could it be that he held back the last time? He felt that it wasn't the case, but if it wasn't, then in just a few days, he had such an obvious improvement. This guess made him even more restless. He had persevered and trained bitterly for the past few days, and after fighting with Xiao Yin, he felt that it was not enough. The aura that Gong Chen was releasing today was not inferior to Xiao Yin at all. The two sentences that he said to me left a deep impression on me. Bai Xiao continued. The first sentence was, sweat does not lie. The second sentence was, he still has many things that he wants to do. Although Gong Chen is strong, but I do not believe that Brother Meng will not be able to retaliate. Bai Zhao's expression congealed. He stared at the two people in the sky, and shook his head. Second uncle's words make it sound like Brother Meng will definitely lose, but I think Brother Meng will win. Tang Tian shivered. A sense of danger surfaced in his mind. The rustling sound was somewhat strange. Without any hesitation he stepped forward, and like lightning he disappeared into the air. Who knew that when he invited Qin Yu Ran a few times, she would tactfully reject him? The women around her had long since exploded. He extended his 10 fingers, and a spark blossomed out from the void. It was growing at an astonishing speed. Fireworks. Noticing second uncle's gaze, Bai Xiao spoke softly. Don't forget, he is the one who defeated Lien Bo Jun. Hearing that, the Continent Lord was surprised. He turned and asked Lady Ro. Lady Ro replied softly. Although Qin Yu Ran did not like Gong Chen, but she knew that Gong Chen was definitely strong. To be able to become the Continent Lord's most trusted personal guard, how could he be weak? When he saw Meng Nan, The anger in his heart soared uncontrollably. He purposely used words to provoke Meng Nan and wanted to form the current situation. To others, he was unable to endure the humiliation and counterattack. Furthermore, he had sinister intentions and directly pointed out Meng Nan's identity as a foreigner, causing the White Sands people to naturally share the same hatred. Gong Chen bowed and replied. He raised his head and looked at Tang Tian, his gaze filled with killing intent. "Mr. Meng, please." Gong Chen then took a step forward and said coldly, "Mr. Meng has caused chaos in White Sand City, causing blood to flow like a river, forcing the Public Security Bureau to not dare open their doors. I initially thought that you were someone important, but I never expected you to be so vulgar, truly disappointing." Tang Tian did not understand what was going on. He had never seen him before. Why did he show such strong hostility towards him the moment he appeared? Although Tang Tian was not smart enough, his intuition was sharp, and he could feel the intense hostility from the other party. He had long heard from Xiao Yi and that Meng Nan's teleportation method was unique. It was as fast as lightning, and he was prepared for it, but he never thought that the other party's speed would be faster than him. "What? Guard Gong is so handsome." A look of unhappiness flashed past the Continent Lord's face. Tang Tian was expressionless as he used his unique Gan Ba to soar into the sky. Tang Tian was like a twisting bolt of lightning, continuously striking and rebounding in the sky. His astonishing speed caused Gong Chen to feel immense pressure. Tang Tian's gaze turned solemn. He gently waved his hand, and the fireflies that filled the sky flew towards the rain of insects. "Self-protection?" Gong Chen snorted. "Spending a few billion to protect yourself? Forcing the Public Security Bureau to not dare open their doors? You call that self-protection? Could it be that Miss Ling thinks that Mr. Meng is actually as weak as a flower?" Seeing that the other party was standing there like a wooden pole, Tang Tian had a look of disdain. "So you are just a mouth cannon. I can finally see Guard Gong in action. I am so excited." "Where?" Bai Yu asked subconsciously. On the other side, the uncle and nephew of the Bai family also had looks of worry. "The training grounds." Bai Xiao looked at Tang Tian, who was in the sky, and muttered, "That battle was extremely difficult. Even the warship's weapons were unable to withstand the pressure and crumbled. All of us were rejoicing that we survived, but Brother Meng and his bodyguards were actually sweating profusely in the training grounds. In truth, at that time, I did not have any other thoughts, only shame and admiration." Everyone around started to chuckle. Gong Chen's eyes turned cold. He slowly unsheathed his sword. Sha sha sha. The sword blade rubbed against the sword sheath, producing a sound that sounded like countless of insects crawling. "Today you must die here." Gong Chen was startled. Ling Xia was also startled. Even the people around were startled. To be able to enter the competition grounds, all of them were people with status and position. When had they ever seen a street thug challenging them? With the Bai family's intelligence, they had long investigated the background of the pirates. Lien Bojun was a famous person in the pirate circle. Such an ambitious and ruthless person was someone that even the Bai family did not dare to provoke. Gong Chen suppressed the shock in his heart. His heart was as calm as water, and he continued to slowly unsheath his sword. Bai Yu, who had a look of surprise, suddenly laughed out loud. "Hearing you say that, I am even more excited for the battle." Many people had long heard of Meng Nan's martial techniques. It was exquisite and beautiful, but seeing it with their own eyes, all of their mouths were wide open, and they were stunned. Bai Yu could not help but be moved. He was familiar with military affairs, and knew that after a bitter battle, the most important thing for a person to do was to relax. To be able to persevere in training at such a time, his willpower and tenacity were rarely seen. "That's true." Bai Yu nodded his head. Bai Zhao's reason was sufficient. Bai Xiao laughed bitterly. "My confidence in Brother Meng is not just that. Out of all the people that I have met, Brother Meng's diligence is unparalleled. Can you think of where I found Lien Bojun on the second day after I defeated him?" Ling Xia felt that her father had miscalculated. Eldest young noble was enemies with Lady Ro and He Ying, but he definitely could not go against the Continent Lord. If he angered the Continent Lord, then eldest young noble's identity as the successor would become extremely dangerous. Big Brother Meng. Gong Chen lowered his body, his eyes staring straight ahead. In the sky, Tang Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at Gong Chen. He did not have any other thoughts in his mind, and was too lazy to think about why Gong Chen was hostile towards him. Chapter 619. The energy floating in the air became an endless supply of firewood, and the fireflies continued to ignite the firewood. In the sky above the lake, concentrated explosions and light spots continued to light up. It was the fireflies and white worms clashing, and every time they clashed, it would produce sparks. In the night, billions of tiny sparks fell like a curtain of rain. The calm lake reflected this dreamy scene. The lake reflected the fireflies in the sky. Like stars in the sky, there were too many fireflies, the temperature of the air rose, and the heat wave caused the lake surface to be filled with mist. The flowers and trees in the garden quickly dried up and withered. Treacherous villain. Ling Su spat out. He had decided to maintain a distance with the poker face. If not, he would not know when he would be betrayed. The light auras of the fireflies were no longer weak. They had lit up the entire night sky, reflecting the pale faces of the people below. Bu Zifei's eyes immediately turned red. He bellowed, "Retreat!" The synchronization rate of 60% was the lowest requirement for this technique. The compression of air and the terrifying strength of his physical body, did he come from the savage continent? If not, I can swallow the remaining 100 people, what a pity. He then thought about Axin, who knows where Xin is now, that slut is still as unreliable as before. He then thought about Screw, and decided to wait for the battle to end, and return to Three Spirits City to take a look, to see how the research on the light egg was going. Screw's recovery depended on it. Truly a tiring life, no one is free from worry. Bing muttered. He flicked the cigarette in his hand in a satisfied arc and left. His luck was good. Bing puffed out a smoke ring and looked at the enemies outside the city. This time, they will stop for 2 days. Although Meng Nan was able to withstand Xiao Yi and sword, but he was in a difficult situation. Gong Chen and Xiao Yi had privately discussed about Meng Nan's strength and came to the conclusion that he was half a silver rank. Xiao Yi's conclusion was acknowledged by everyone, silver rank fighting techniques, but without enlightenment on energy transformation, naturally he was only half a silver rank. Damn it. The Demon King blazing fireflies that had not completely completed energy transformation were truly not the opponents of the white worms. Although the number of white worms could not compare to the fireflies, but they held the advantage. The light balls that flew in the air exploded at the same time, and every light ball exploded into a dense and fine light thorn. The piercing light instantly enveloped the entire group of fortresses. Tang Tian stared at Gong Chen coldly. The silent null flames had already spread past his wrist and extended to 3 inches from his forearm. In this period of time, he had trained bitterly every day, and the black gold accumulated in his blood meridians had been completely digested and absorbed, causing the null flames to become stronger. Pew-pew-pew. The low and deep explosion was like a heavy drum, fiercely beating on everyone's heart. And let's try a few more methods and see which martial technique is the most effective. Bu Zifei said calmly. He did not find it strange to be able to kill Sun Jie. How could the other party not have some skills? It was difficult for the light balls to hit these agile teams, but the attacks of the small teams were like tickles to the huge group of strongholds. There was not even a ripple on the energy barrier. Spreading Ghost King blazing firefly, the 3 spectators also heaved a sigh of relief. The most suitable weapon to attack strongholds were warships, as warship weapons were extremely powerful, but it was a pity that the Shang continent's estuary was too small and warships were unable to enter. He had never thought of such a situation. Sun Jie's battle was an encounter, but he never thought that when it came to him, it would actually be a siege battle. He could only request for support from the sieging boats. He was shocked to realize that as time elapsed, not only did the fireflies in the sky not decrease, but instead increased. It was expanding. The quietly expanding Ghost King blazing fireflies had a size that could cover the entire lake. And what was even more shocking was that it was still expanding at an astonishing speed, like a gigantic beast that was growing at a berserk speed. 2 days. The adjutant immediately replied. Gong Chen stared at Tang Tian's fists, the gray flames lingering around him. Such a strange flame was something that the savage continent had never heard of before. The change was too sudden, the surrounding teams were caught off guard, and half of them were engulfed by the light thorns in the sky. But the strange group of strongholds still surprised him. He had seen many strongholds before, but it was the first time he had seen such a stronghold that no one could attack. His heart was in a perilous situation. The blood on Gong Chen's face immediately disappeared. But it was too late. Like a storm, it came and went quickly. A few seconds later, the sky full of light auras disappeared, and at the same time, the teams that were patrolling also disappeared. As long as they were touched by the gray flames, their energy would be destroyed. Impossible. Bu Zifei's face was pale white. He bit his lips tightly and did not notice that blood was flowing out. Everything was silent. This order caused the cheers to become even louder. The remaining teams returned to their units in a daze, their morale low. That's right, he is truly a quasi-silver. The fireflies in the sky were actually burning balls of energy, and the burning was close to energy transformation, but it was still lacking. Very quickly, Xiao Yi's judgment was verified. It was like a gigantic fire cloud that was slowly moving. Other than the fireflies, he actually did not use any energy at all. He then asked, how much longer until the sieging boats arrive? He thought about the other group of amateurs. How are the mechanical army amateurs? Upon thinking about how they were under Tang Chou, the battle maniac, he immediately felt much better. I was tricked. But the following battle completely toppled Gong Chen's knowledge. It was proof that he was a quasi-silver. Suddenly, a large number of light balls flew out from the strongholds. The number was at least 3 times more than before. Inside the Sword Forest stronghold, the cheers shook the heavens. The enemy's morale was greatly boosted. The lowest-level soldiers of the Precious Bright Village Regiment were initially trembling with fear, but after a few days, they finally adapted to the rhythm of the battlefield. Bu Zifei's troops were all elites, and did not panic at all. They were like nimble bees, roaming around the strongholds, occasionally attacking the defensive barrier of the strongholds. The initial stage of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was to burn the energy in the air, and Tang Tian had fumbled and combusted the energy in his body to form the Demon King Blazing Firefly. And when Tang Tian became a zero-energy body, the Demon King Blazing Firefly once again returned to burning the energy in the air. Crane praised, "What a beautiful enduring strike." The opponent was as crafty as a fox. Facing their continuous probing, he maintained his composure and continued to numb them, and only then did he unleash his trump card. It was a solid blow, causing Bu Zifei's heart to bleed, a full 200 casualties. It was the 7th Army's most disastrous loss. Our offense is not strong enough. The opponent's defense does not have any blind spots. The person who constructed this stronghold is definitely an expert. After we break through it, we must definitely study it properly. The opponent's bewilderment was quietly wasting time, which was what Tang Tian wanted. Sieging frigates were warships that were specially used to attack cities. They had different sizes and carried warship weapons, and could be controlled by one or a few small combat teams. Possessing outstanding agility and good defense, they were the nemesis of all strongholds. And today, Tang Tian had unleashed the ignition to a new height. Bu Zifei calmed down. Just at that moment, a concentrated whistling sound came out from the sky. He quivered and immediately raised his head, his face changing. This group of amateurs, their pathetic synchronization rate. Seeing the cheering soldiers, Bing did not pour cold water on them. The short victory was of great help to the amateurs. But he knew in his heart, the battle had just begun. The following battles were destined to be extremely cruel, and there would never be another chance like today. The sharp light thorns shot into the bodies of the soldiers of the 7th Army, and in the sky, blood blossomed. But how could Tang Tian's effort on the Spirit King Blazing Fireflies be wasted? Wait a minute. Gong Chen suddenly quivered. His gaze shifted away from Tang Tian. He looked around, and his face changed. Bang! The adjutant's face frowned. the situation in front of him was much more troublesome than he had thought. One after another, light balls the size of baskets shot out from the stronghold at an astonishing frequency, drawing out blazing arcs, bringing forth heart-palpitating whistling sounds. They smashed into the attacking troops like shooting stars. The protective barrier of the small group trembled intensely, but it only lasted for a second before it completely crumbled. The Seventh Army was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Two figures flashed in the rain of light, using an astonishing frequency to chase after each other, clashing. It was so tense that it caused everyone to be unable to breathe. Gong Chen calmed down. Meng Nan's fighting techniques were truly outstanding. To be able to unleash such exquisite martial techniques at the quasi-silver rank, it was unheard of. But to think that they could rely on such techniques to break through the unsurmountable gulf of energy transformation was a fool's dream. That was Tang Tian's true enlightenment. A total of 300 men had joined the battle, but until now, they were still unable to move the stronghold. Gong Chen was filled with confidence. The quasi-silver rank and silver rank only had a difference of one word, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It was their fifth probing attack. The previous 4 probing attacks made their stronghold's attacks not too agile, so they increased the power of their attacks. Jing Hao's face was full of praise. The demeanor of a famous general, the standard of control aura has reached great heights. A few of the luckier small groups were coincidentally further away from the strongholds and escaped, but all of them were stunned by the scene in front of them. Half a day off. Luckily, the enemy's general was extremely cautious, and Bing rejoiced in his heart. At the start of the battle, the precious Bright Village Regiment's performance was terrible. Their synchronization rate was only a pitiful 30%, half of their usual training. But after the continuous battles, the amateurs finally started to adapt to the battlefield, and their synchronization rate started to rise steadily. This guy's strength was much stronger than what they had reported. Everyone could no longer see Tang Tian and Gong Chen's figures clearly. The fireflies in the sky were no longer beautiful, but filled with a suffocating pressure. Inside the lingering smoke, Bing sneered in his heart, "Amateurs, the feast is yet to come." Gong Chen stared straight at Meng Nan. His handsome and calm face revealed an indescribable sinister killing intent. Chapter 620. The shockwave from the explosion instantly sent Gong Chen flying. And he is truly ruthless. Bai Yu was speechless. He dares to be so arrogant in someone else's territory. I thought that he would only teach Gong Chen a lesson, but I never expected that he would directly kill Gong Chen. Is he not afraid of offending Bai Sha? Bai Yu snorted. Who cares which army he bought? I do not believe that he can buy an army stronger than dual soaring swallow Xieyuan, demon. Oh my god, that's a demon. At that moment, on the Suji Worldwide Commerce's transport ship, a group of people who looked like refugees squeezed together in the lower deck, making a ruckus. From today onwards, the technique would be called Firefly Ocean. Bai Xiaoming understood what second uncle Bai meant. Xieyuan's swift army was already the peak of a bronze army, and it would be extremely difficult to advance further. A silver army was not something that any small continent could raise. Even for the wealthy continents, silver armies were the most important armies, and at times, the most important thing was not ability, but loyalty. Top 100? Bai Yu shook his head. His abilities are not limited to that. But he is unlucky. He comes from a small family, and although he is talented, he can only reach this stage. But this is a good opportunity, and he is not willing to continue wasting away. Bai Xiao was startled, but immediately reacted. Second uncle, the army that you bought for him, could it be Xieyuan's army? The fiery clouds formed by the fireflies did not seem to have any resistance against the sword aura. Gong Chen knew that whether or not he could escape alive depended on this technique. He endured the pain from his injuries and rushed towards the direction of the sword aura. The fiery clouds returned to silence. With a sharp shout, Gong Chen, who had a distorted expression, poured all of the remaining energy in his body into energy transformation. "Boss, what does our boss look like?" The man who spoke was bald and shiny. He had a fierce-looking face. His body was robust like a small mountain. A gigantic light sword that was over 30 m long formed above Gong Chen's head. He is obviously not even a silver, how can he form such a large-scale attack? The Bai family uncle and nephew looked at each other. The two of them had bitter smiles on their faces. The fear in his heart continued to grow. Wang, suddenly the fireflies in the surroundings trembled. Gong Chen, who was at the center of the Zhen Yuan, his expression turned sluggish, and in the next moment, his body seemed to have been cut with countless small wounds, and hundreds of streams of blood spurted out. The white insects that were flying crazily around him shattered like glass with a crisp sound. The sword ray started to slow down, and Gong Chen started to feel uneasy. What was going on? Why haven't they charged out yet? Don't block the light. Light is the source of art, understand? The entire White Sand City citizens were alarmed. All of them walked out of their houses and flew into the sky. When they saw the frightening fire cloud that was squirming and expanding, the blood on their faces immediately faded away. Gong Chen raised his sword hilt up high. That's him. Bai Yu nodded his head. Xiaoxia's ability is not bad, but a pity he did not meet a good boss. I owed him a favor back then, and this is the perfect time to make up for it. Ahem, who's smoking? Do you want to choke me to death? Pa. Absolutely impossible. Stab that snoring pig to death. So noisy. Bai Xiao laughed bitterly. I have never heard of such a terrifying martial technique before. I still haven't figured out where this guy came from. The dazzling sword aura pierced into the fire cloud. He did not know that the Firefly Sea had already expanded to the size of the Continent Lord's garden. Everyone in the venue stared blankly at the fireflies dancing above their heads. The dense black cloud was like a fiery cloud hanging from the top. That kind of oppressive feeling like empty tie was pressing down on them, causing the entire venue to be silent. I will bring Fire Scythe Ghost Claw to greater heights. The light aura of Fire Scythe Ghost Claw will definitely burn the eyes of the entire world. Tang Tian could not be bothered with her. He was still immersed in his enlightenment. Boss, your face is already covered, where else? The triangular-eyed short man asked in surprise. Hey, Ghost Claw, did you see that? Bai Yu's last sentence revealed his crafty nature. Gong Chen stared blankly at the endless fireflies in his field of vision, his expression stupefied. That's true. Bai Yu shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, we don't need to worry. Sigh, seems like this brat has a bright future ahead of him. Little Xie is good. If Little Xie follows him, he will not have a hard time in the future. Gong Chen, who was in the fire cloud, was trembling. He could no longer see Meng Nan's figure. All around him were the densely packed fireflies. Hey, Ghost Claw, I told you before. Who knows? Bai Xiao did not care. Bai Xiao was the one who found trouble with him. How could he not let Brother Meng retaliate? We still underestimated him. Bai Yu laughed bitterly. The previous battle had shocked him. His face still had traces of disbelief. What martial technique was that? I have never heard of it before. It is truly too terrifying. This martial technique is more than enough to deal with an army. I am now very curious. What family is able to groom such a freak? The sword hilt in her hand started to grow frantically, and in the next moment, it shattered into white worms. The red-haired lady said weakly, I am a little hungry. The originally fine white worms were now the size of soybeans. Their entire bodies were like jade, sparkling and translucent white. They were like a white mist, dancing around Gong Chen, and wherever they passed, the fireflies would shatter into pieces. The pain of his body being sliced caused Gong Chen to wake up. He did not want to waste time with them. He stopped and flew towards the White Sands Hotel. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to stop him. And Xian's face changed. He soared into the air and caught Gong Chen. Looking down, Gong Chen was no longer breathing. He was dead. And Xian's face turned green. He looked at Tang Tian and clenched his teeth. Good. Very good. You are truly vicious and merciless. Gong Chen's head fell down. The light sword suddenly slashed down. Little 3, give me a few more cucumbers. He had rushed out to a distance of 5 li, but he was still surrounded by fireflies. How is that possible? Everyone was in a mess. None of them were in a proper state. Some were snoring and sleeping soundly, some were gambling, some were meditating, some were drawing, some were sharpening their blades. Bang! Blazing white energy surged out from the wounds all over his body. The space around him was distorted by the surging energy, becoming extremely unstable. Who the fuck took off their shoes? Although his physical body was weak and could not be compared to the savage continent, but he was still a silver saint, and compared to the ordinary saints of the sacred saint galaxy, his willpower was much more tenacious. At the critical moment of life and death, all of his potential was stimulated, and the ferocity in his body overcame his fear. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Even if they were watching from afar, they could feel the monstrous fire clouds that contained an astonishing amount of energy. Inside the vast sea of fireflies, Tang Tian's heart was calm. He had already rushed forward for a distance of 7 li, but he was still not out of the fireflies' encirclement. How big is the range of the fireflies? Mr. Meng, please be lenient. The pale-faced continent lord shouted. Twin flying swallows, Xie Yuan, Bai Shao could not help but say, Brother Meng has struck it big this time. In the entire southern region, he can be ranked in the top 100 generals. Could it be an illusion? The powerful saints hurriedly stood up and set up a barrier to block the waves of heat. The fire clouds started to dissipate, like snow melting. The speed was extremely fast. His white worms were frantically swimming around him, sweeping away the fireflies. But there were more and more fireflies, and the range of movement of the white worms was continuously shrinking. He felt that he was going crazy. He felt like a wild beast trapped in a cage, and the cage was becoming smaller and smaller. The continent lord knew that Gong Chen was dead. His face was as black as the bottom of a wok. He flicked his sleeves and left. Everyone present no longer had the mood to continue, and all bid their farewells and left. Inside the fire clouds, there were explosive sounds and blazing lights. Everyone guessed that it was definitely Gong Chen who was struggling. The sword aura destroyed everything, causing Gong Chen's heart to be at ease. In that moment, he had already rushed to a distance of 1 li. The number of white worms on Gong Chen's body increased, and the range of the white worms had already expanded to a distance of 15 m. The blazing white energy flames on Gong Chen's body gradually dimmed. He moved his lips and revealed a maniacal smile. What martial technique is that? The red-haired lady's face was plastered with cucumber slices. Everyone's hearts sank. They looked at each other. All of them could see the fear and unease in each other's eyes. Don't look down on me. I am so strong, so powerful that it is a complete mess. Leave your fire scythe ghost claw to me. It will definitely not go wrong. 2 li, 3 li, but at that moment, no one thought that Gong Chen could win. Bai Shao was suddenly curious. Which army did Su Jin buy? As though they could sense Tang Tian's thoughts, the fireflies in the sky all trembled at the same time, releasing buzzing sounds. In a short minute and a half, the mountain-like fire clouds disappeared without a trace, and 2 figures appeared in the sky. Gong Chen's entire body was covered in blood, while Meng Nan, who was not far from him, was not injured at all. Oh my God, what was that? Go and die. This made him calm down. The sword aura became slower and slower, and finally, it stopped. Unable to withstand the attacks of the fireflies, it suddenly exploded. Hey, Ghost Claw, I told you before. Damn it. Is he going to destroy the city? Suddenly, Tang Tan thought about the stooped and short figure, thought about the skinny and withered claw, thought about the proud and unresigned gaze, thought about the silent arrogance that never admitted defeat. The sword aura's momentum slowed down, and the fireflies surged over. They struck onto the sword aura like rain, the dense sparks enveloping the entire sword aura, flickering incessantly. Sigh, the swarm of fireflies suddenly transformed into countless of streams that surged towards the sword hilt. If he doesn't pay, then kill him. A lazy voice sounded out, causing the few of them to nod their heads. Wherever the sound wave swept past, the glass on the houses would shatter, all of the small wooden houses floating in the sky would tremble and fall. Hey, Ghost Claw, are you doing well in heaven? That's right, can he even afford it? A short man with triangular eyes used a dagger to trim his fingernails, and snorted. Along the way, The fireflies continued to clash with the sword auras, causing sparks to fly and explosions to sound out. The scene was extremely explosive. Gong Chen did not dare to be distracted. He buried himself under the sword auras and ran forward with all his might. Bai Xiao thought about it. Because of his relationship with his second uncle, Bai Xiao had a deep understanding of the Swift army and knew that it was definitely an army that was underestimated. Millions of vibrating sounds converged into an astonishing sound wave that suddenly exploded out. The formless sound wave swept across the entire White Sands city at an astonishing speed. Chapter 621. He stayed in the Ling family courtyard all day, immersing himself in his latest enlightenment. In the market, all the denouncements against Tang Tian had also disappeared. No one dared to provoke such a demon. That's right, in the eyes of the White Sands nobles, Meng Nan was portrayed as a ruthless and tyrannical demon, a demon who would kill if there was a disagreement. In front of the Continent Lord, he disregarded the Continent Lord's request and cruelly killed Gong Chen, to the point that even the Continent Lord dared not say anything. If he was not a demon, then what was he? Xiao Ran did not say a word. She carried her blade and walked to the door. Suddenly, she noticed that there were words on the door. She extended her hand and wiped off the dust on the door, revealing the shiny metallic luster. At the same time, there was a line of words. After walking for over 200 kilometers, Jie Shengguan said, "Let's rest for a while." In the barren wilderness, not a single blade of grass grew, with no end in sight. They had walked for a few months, but the night had never retreated. Luckily for them, the stars in the sky were bright, and the faint radiance from the stars caused the wilderness to not be pitch black. With the Ling family courtyard as the center, there was not a single person in a radius of 3 kilometers. Xiao Man wielded her machete and carefully protected Qian Hui by her side. Her face was filled with caution as she snorted, "Be more alert, this place is extremely sinister." Xiao Ran snorted. She stabbed her blade into the ground with a look of disdain. Exen struggled to crawl up from the ground and muttered, "This T-Rex, why does he have such a good body?" Xiao Ran snorted. She arrogantly walked past Exen, but in her heart, she could not help but feel pleased. "So it turns out that I have a good body." Hearing what the young miss said, Xiao Ran also felt that it was more like a building and did not understand. Who built a building here? Everyone became more cautious. No one knew what kind of unpredictable dangers were lurking in this place. Xian and Xiao Ran, one on the left and one on the right, protected Jie Shengguan. Inside the building, there was a thick layer of dust, showing that no living beings had visited the place for a very long time. Xiao Ran stretched her back, causing Exen to stare blankly. Xian's hands subconsciously raised up, and his fingers moved subconsciously. Xiao Ran's gaze turned to Exen, who waved his hand. "Sounds like a big figure." If we were to say that energy transformation was the key to the Firefly Sea's transformation, then the Null Flames were born to be close-quarters combat experts. Although the Zero Energy body was a rather powerful body, but compared to the other blood meridians in Heaven's Road, its ability to strengthen the body was not considered outstanding. This also made it difficult for Tang Tian to unleash his full power in melee combat, which he had originally intended to do. But the Null Flames that were formed after the awakening of the Zero Energy body talent caused Tang Tian's close combat power to increase exponentially. "Sir, there's a castle up ahead." Tang Tian's battle had shaken White Sand City. Indeed, it did not look like a castle. There were no towering arrow towers or any offensive buildings. Instead, it was a tall and straight building with layers upon layers. However, it could be seen that this should be a relic. It had been a long time since anyone had come here, and the windows and walls were all in ruins. Bang! A few spirit generals raised their bright light crystal rods and walked into the building. The light released by the light crystal rod immediately illuminated the entire building. Xiao Man's mind was roused. She immediately picked up her machete and leapt onto her horse. After searching for so many days, she did not find anything. She was originally an anxious person and was extremely dispirited. She was not afraid of enemies or battles, but was afraid of not finding anything. It looks like a building. The one who spoke was Xie Shangguan, her exquisite and flawless face raised up slightly, and looked at the building at the peak of the mountain. It is a tall building. Tang Tian did not think much about it. He only had the null flames on his fists in close combat. The firefly sea that had not completed energy transformation had already allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. More importantly, the path ahead for him had also become incomparably clear. A grinding sound that caused people's teeth to ache came out. The dust on the door rustled and fell, revealing the bright and clean metal material. Even after so many years, the door did not have any traces of rust. Xiao Man looked at him. When this little hoodlum is serious, he has some aura. She asked, "What does it look like?" Paying respect to Heiner Van Sant. "Yes." Xie Shangguan's tone was calm. "Don't worry. The planet is not big, we will find it very quickly." All of the scouts and spies around the Ling family courtyard had disappeared without a trace in a single night. Not only that, even the commoners around the Ling family courtyard were frightened to the point of moving away. "What kind of broken place is this?" Xian mumbled. The army moved out. Xie Shangguan suddenly stood up. "Everyone get ready." Just that, the current null flames had only grown to the size of Tang Tian's hands, and was still far from covering his entire body. Tang Tian's path of being a close-quarters combat expert was still a long way off. Even eldest young noble and the rest who initially hoped to form an alliance with Tang Tian did not dare to act blindly without thinking. They did not even know if it was a good or bad thing for them. The two of them had agreed to communicate every month, but every time Tang Tian opened the Bronze Star door, there would be no response, causing him to be extremely worried. The entire army immediately increased their speed and approached the castle on the mountain peak. When they got closer, they realized that the shape of the castle was somewhat strange. It could change. Xie Shangguan took a deep breath. She had a strong premonition that the perfectly preserved ruins definitely hid an astonishing secret. Gong Chen's death, in the midst of the shocking battle, did not attract much attention. Everyone was discussing about Meng Nan's mysterious background and master, discussing about the fire cloud that was 100 mu in circumference. If it truly landed on the ground, what kind of scene would it be? What kind of mystical martial technique was the fire cloud that grew crazily by itself? It was the only trace of a human that they had found in the past few days. Xiao Ran did not dare to be careless. She commanded a few spirit generals to search the surroundings, and only after confirming that it was safe did she stop. Suddenly, the urgent sound of horse hooves caused Xiao Ran to raise her head. The scouts in the distance were rushing over. They had entered the deathly still land from a star door, and when they realized that something was amiss after a few days and turned back, the star door had disappeared. "We will know once we go up." Xie Shangguan retracted her gaze and said indifferently. Xiao Ran muttered. She turned her head and asked, "Miss, who is Heiner Van Sant?" Everything seemed to be progressing in a good direction, but the only thing that worried him was Chia. On the towering mountain peak, a lonely castle stood there. The desolate and silent mountain peak, the castle was pitch black, without any light. If there was no starlight, with everyone's outstanding eyesight, it would be extremely difficult to discover the castle. Rogue. Walking to the front of the building, the first thing that came into view was a dusty door. But all of this had nothing to do with Tang Tian. Everyone's attention was roused. The metal door was forcefully pushed open by Xiao Ran, and the smell of dust rushed out. It was obvious that no one had lived inside for a long time. "It doesn't look like a castle." Xin frowned, his expression solemn. Xie Shangguan tried opening the Bronze Star door, but there was no reaction. She was disappointed, but her expression did not change. "Yes." Xiao Ran and Xian accepted the order and set up camp. A few scouts scattered in all directions, disappearing into the horizon. Their mission was to scout the surroundings to see if there were any suspicious places. Xiao Ran raised her large blade, and like a fly swatter, she fiercely swatted Xian's face. Xian was like a rubber ball, and was directly sent flying. When everyone talked about the battle last night, their faces would be filled with fear and respect. Although many people did not know the true details of the battle, but just based on the fiery clouds, It was enough for ordinary people to imagine. Heiner van Sant? Jie Shengguan thought about it carefully and shook his head. Never heard of him. It still doesn't work? Xiao Ran asked worriedly. They did not see any living beings. Firefly Ocean might had far exceeded his expectations, causing Tang Tian to be surprised, and at the same time, it gave him a new enlightenment. And the other thing that gave him enlightenment was Gong Chen's final counterattack, the energy combusting. The demon was extremely fierce. Lady Ro did not dare make a sound. Master Hing did not dare make a sound, and in that moment, everyone in White Sand City actually felt a sense of danger. Kakaka. Xiao Ran nodded her head. Not long after they entered the planet, they realized something strange. The planet had a formless and mysterious power, cutting off the connection between the bronze star door, causing Jie Shengguan and Tang Tian to lose contact for a period of time. Very quickly, they rushed to the top of the mountain. It was truly a modern-style building, 13 stories tall, without any decorations. Such a building could be seen anywhere in any academy. At that time, this godlike young lad would be extremely strong. Xian's roguish look made Xiao Ran snort coldly. She casually stabbed her blade into the ground beside her feet. The metal door did not have any decorations. Xiao Ran pressed both of her hands on the door, lowering her waist into a horse stance. She bellowed and released all of her strength. Everyone was disappointed, but heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Tian's firefly already had a trace of energy transmutation, but it was still a distance away from the true energy transmutation. Gong Chen's final unrestrained combustion provided him with a considerable amount of information. If he was able to figure it out and completely gain enlightenment on energy transmutation, then his strength would undoubtedly reach another height. Even the people who wanted to teach Meng Nan a lesson were immediately pulled back by their friends and family and bitterly persuaded them to not provoke such a demon. They did not want to bring calamity to White Sands. After advancing for about 20 kilometers, Jie Shengguan finally saw the castle that the scouts spoke of. Xen moved closer to Xiao Ran, his gaze sneaking a glance at Xiao Ran's voluptuous chest, and his face immediately became slightly red. Null flames were the best weapons for close-quarters combat experts. Security Bureau Tian Qiguang was scared out of his wits. All of his sneaky actions stopped. The security of White Sand City once again became orderly. Luckily for them, the planet was not big, and they were all searching for the star door that led out, as well as the source of the mysterious power. But until now, they did not realize that the planet was like an ordinary planet, desolate, dead, without any signs of life. Xen scratched his chin and muttered, as expected of a T-Rex. This door seems to be made of some material. Who knows, it might be something good. Oh, when we leave, we must take it away. We cannot waste it. Just thinking about the Firefly Sea that had completed energy transmutation made Tang Tian extremely excited. Chapter 622. Knowing that the future would be challenging, Xie Yuan felt that time was limited and was not willing to waste it. He stood up and said, "Bring me to meet the new boss." The Swift Army was personally created by Xie Yuan, and they were all Xie Yuan's best friends, and it would be troublesome to clean them up, so bringing them all would be the best choice. By family. Bai Yu explained. His family is in the mining business, and they have discovered a brand new metal called black gold, which is suitable to be used to make warship weapons. It is stronger than corundum, but slightly weaker than energy jade, and the key point is that it is produced in a shocking amount. So they are a thick thigh, and will definitely not be lacking in money. What they are worried about is whether or not they can protect their wealth, so they have the thought of buying an army. Yuan. When Bai Yu saw Xie Yuan, a trace of warmth surfaced in his eyes, and his face revealed a smile. Have you settled everything? Xie Yuan and Bai Yu looked at each other. He would definitely not feel heartache for the army. Good. Xie Yuan knew that the other party wanted to see the quality of the Swift Army, and naturally agreed to it. He was extremely confident in his army. Bai Yu muttered, I am not worried about the treatment of you and the Swift Army. I have interacted with Xiaomeng before, and he is not a petty person, but instead he is extremely generous. He has a group of underworld continent's demonic mounts, but they are not many. Su Ji Worldwide Commerce is also a partner, and will not lack equipment. There will not be a problem with money and equipment. What I am worried about is Xiaomeng's family. From what I can see, Xiaomeng is not from any big family, and the pressure on you will be huge. Bai Yu noticed that Tang Tian had arrived and laughed. Your new boss is here. But his words were not a joke. To a general, to have no battles, no enemies, and only be able to drink tea in a secluded corner, was a cruel thing. Tang Chou completely ignored the shock in their eyes. His tone was cold, unkind, and arrogant. I am Tang Chou, and am the third in command under Master. I will be the one to test your army. Everything is settled. Xie Yuan sat beside Bai Yu, and without being courteous, he drank the tea in one gulp and placed it down, and looked at Bai Yu with a passionate gaze. All right, tell me. The two of them were once classmates and had a deep relationship, but their fates were completely different. Bai Yu was already one of the world's famed generals, while Xie Yuan was still in a remote corner, leading a small army, in charge of the local security. For the sake of becoming a famous general that could surpass Master Bing, Tang Chou formulated the crazy Ursa Major Constellation Army's reorganization plan. Tang Tian turned and spoke to Bai Yu. Uncle Bai, I do not know much about armies. Almost instantly, the two of them determined that this spirit puppet was a general. As for the third in command, even if Tang Chou firmly believed that his future achievements would not be below Master Bing, he would definitely not dare to fight with the lady boss for power. Humph, Master Bing would not dare either. Bai Yu looked at Tang Tian in a daze. He himself was a freak. Could it be that everyone around him were freaks? He turned his body sideways, revealing Tang Chou's cold face. If Bai Xiao knew that her own second uncle had such an unbearable past, she would definitely be dumbstruck. Seeing all of the figures perspiring profusely, Xie Yuan's heart was filled with emotions. The army was slowly built up by him, and he had spent all of his blood and sweat. He had racked his brains and thought of all sorts of ways to find some useful resources for the army, and that was how it was today. He had never thought that it would actually be a child. After so many years, he had never moved. If not for the old continent lord's death and the new continent lord taking over, he would not have left so decisively. It was not that Bai Yu did not think of helping Xie Yuan, but the Bai family was filled with talents, and even he could not take out the position of a core army commander. And Bai Yu knew that although Xie Yuan had a warm temper, he was equally proud, and to be his assistant, he did not even dare to open his mouth. Calling him a child might be an exaggeration, but Tang Tian's age was truly too young. Brother Yuan is a genius. Bai Yu could not help but praise. Such an iron army, little Meng has earned. As long as we equip ourselves with equipment and replenish our medicine, in no time, we will become another silver-grade army. When Bai Yu and Xie Yuan saw Tang Chou, they were both startled. Spirit puppet. And it was not an ordinary spirit puppet. The two of them looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. What made them shocked was not the sudden appearance of the spirit puppet, but the familiar smell that the spirit puppet was emitting. He understood the meaning behind Bai Yu's words. Although his boss was rich, he did not have any power. The value of black gold, to any commander, was clear of the huge amount of wealth it held. At that time, who knew how many people would be jealous of such wealth, and the attacks they would receive in the open or in the dark? The swift army would be in a dire situation. Xie Yuan secretly nodded his head, although he was young, but he did not seem to be an arrogant and rude person. The entire Ursa Major Constellation's army was under his command, and was tormented by his crazy plans to the point that they wished they were dead, and all of his passion was placed on it. To be suddenly grabbed by Tang Tian to evaluate an army that he had never heard of before, and it was even bought. I understand what you mean. Xie Yuan's expression relaxed. He stretched his back. You guys are too busy, and want to slack off. I have been idle for too long, and feel like I'm getting rusty, and can't wait to be busy. Does famous General Tang Chou look so free? Although it was just a temporary barracks, but Xie Yuan's meticulous personality was still displayed. Everywhere there were sentries, the security was strict. Inside the barracks, although the soldiers did not wear armor, nor did they have any weapons, but it was still extremely stern. Bai Yu noticed the disappointment in Xie Yuan's eyes, and was overjoyed. Every single person who looked down on Meng Nan because of his age would regret it till their intestines turned green. Bai Yu never thought that his old friend would actually make such a mistake. He had completely forgotten the expression he had when he first met Tang Tian. It was not much better than Xie Yuan's heart trembled. He followed Bai Yu's gaze. He was extremely curious about his new boss. But when he saw Tang Tian's appearance, he was extremely disappointed. All right, I will arrange for someone to send the letter. Bai Yu stood up. We do not need to meet him. He will directly go to the barracks. Hello, I am Meng Nan. Tang Tian returned the greeting. Bai Yu happily headed over. He was also extremely curious about the army that his classmate had brought out. Although his days were leisurely, but he had never slacked on his training, and trained according to the standards of a silver-grade army. Although there were many aspects that could not be trained due to the lack of resources, medicine, etc., but many of the aspects still far exceeded the standards of a bronze-grade army. Let's go take a look at my army. Xie Yuan laughed. Xie Yuan nodded his head. Of course he knew the value of black gold, and from that, he could tell that the other party was truly rich and powerful. That's right. Bai Yu's mind was roused. He is my partner. Xie Yuan was handsome, dressed in simple clothes. He had a scholarly demeanor, and with one look, one could tell that he was a gentle person. Tang Chou was furious, but he was unable to disobey Tang Tian's orders, so he came, and his mood was definitely terrible. Or the Bai family? Xie Yuan asked. Who knew that Tang Tian's tone would change? That's why I specially invited someone who knows. The two of them felt that it was inconceivable. In the sacred Saint Galaxy, spirit dyads were extremely rare, and for a spirit dyad general, it was even more unheard of. He hurriedly poured some water for Xie Yu into brew tea. Come, try this tea, it's this year's new tea. Xie Yuan's military achievements were actually not bad. If not, he would not have such a reputation in the southern region. But Xie Yuan's military achievements were in a very awkward position, just like his own situation. His continent lord treated him well, but it was a pity that his own strength was limited, and those who recruited him either had money but were not willing to give him the treatment of a core army, or were willing to promise, but their own strength was limited. Xiao Meng. Bai Yu laughed. Come, let me introduce you. This is Xie Yuan, the commander of the Swift Army. How is it? Are you here for a review? Your Uncle Bai can guarantee that the Swift Army is definitely an elite army. Even Uncle Bai's heart is palpitating with eagerness. I believe that. Xie Yuan replied without hesitation. To be able to directly buy an army, he definitely has money. In the temporarily cleared training grounds, there was a hubbub of voices. All sorts of training was in full swing. Even at such a time, the army's training did not relax at all. The new continent lord originally hoped to promote his own trusted aide, but Xie Yuan was extremely famous, and if he made too big of a move, it would easily cause unrest. When Xie Yuan took the initiative to resign, the new continent lord heaved a sigh of relief. Not only did he not stop him, he even gave him some travel expenses. Bai Yu was slightly embarrassed and coughed lightly. I did not lie to you, the other party is truly a tyrant. Xie Yuan bowed politely, neither servile nor overbearing. Hello, I am Xie Yuan. Bai Yu was filled with admiration towards his classmate. In the academy, Xie Yuan's results were even more outstanding than his, and in the past, 90% of Bai Yu's homework was copied from Xie Yuan. If not for Bai Yu knowing that his results were too bad in his last year, his father would definitely break his legs, and he had to work hard for a year before barely managing to graduate. The old continent lord trusted him a lot, and as long as his wealth allowed it, Xie Yuan's suggestions would always be accepted. He was indebted to the old continent lord for recognizing him, and that was one of the reasons why he stayed there. Then I can rest easy. Bai Yu laughed out loud, and patted Xie Yuan's shoulder. At that time, that group of people will know how powerful you are. In truth, every time Bai Yu saw Xie Yuan, he would feel a sense of guilt in his heart. Could it be that I copied too much homework in the past? Xie Yuan never thought that Tang Tian would actually admit that he did not know. Oh, that's not bad. At least it's better than pretending to know and giving random commands. That kind of person is a complete disaster to the army. but it seems that my mission will be even harder. Chapter 623. Bai kept quiet. Damn pervert. To an experienced general with solid theories, a brand new fighting method, if given enough time, he would definitely have his own understanding, and that was the strength of a famed general. Xie Yuan's face was equally ugly, the energy undulation was at the 7th grade, that was the standard for a large-scale explosion, the energy undulation would be extremely chaotic, and in such an environment, to complete energy synchronization was extremely difficult. The red-haired young lady snorted, "Useless." Xie Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He who came from a proper academy naturally knew that synchronization was the life of an army, and in their daily training, synchronization training was always the most important. Tang Chou opened up the notebook in his hand expressionlessly and started to record. Tang Chou's words were definitely not wrong on paper. He himself had patted his chest and promised Meng Nan that he would buy a powerful army for him. The money spent, the equipment prepared, would reach the standard of a silver-grade army, and no matter how strict the selection criteria were, it was still acceptable. To an elite, the latter was more important than the former. Tang Chou's humiliation caused Xie Yuan's eyes to turn bloodshot. He had a warm temperament but was extremely arrogant in his heart and was extremely confident in his own army. Inexplicably, Xie Yuan became anxious, as though he had returned to the academy and was undergoing a big test. Behind him, the swift army was silent. Bai Yu stared blankly at the unfamiliar figure on the screen. Xie Yuan bellowed, his meticulous hair was in a mess, his entire body was covered in mud, he waved his arms with all his might, the energy undulation caused his body to sway, floating up and down. Only people who truly wanted to buy would be so picky, and Xie Yuan was worried that the other party's promises were not just words. But seeing the stance of the real deal, he believed in the other party's sincerity. And Tang Chou was not wrong. If they were not elites, how could they have the qualifications to enjoy such treatment? Even Xie Yuan was lying in the mud, perspiration flowing down his face, washing away the mud. Inside the mud, all of the swift army members were lying in a mess. No one was standing. They were gasping for breath, all of them were dirty and messy, perspiration mixed with mud, but no one cared about them. After struggling in the torrential energy undulation for 2 hours, their physical strength had long been squeezed out, with nothing left. Just that. Focus on synchronizing with the rhythm. Do not fight against the energy undulation. In the entire swift army, when had they ever seen their master fight so hard? Everyone's eyes were red, and they did not care about anything else. Bai Yu could not help but look at Tang Tian. Xiaomeng's background was truly not as simple as he thought. The moment an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. The standard that Tang Chou displayed was definitely not the standard of an ordinary general. Tang Chou did not care about Xie Yuan's emotions at all. He could not wait for the damned mercenary army to be swept out of the door. Master's future is obviously the Ursa Major army that Master Tang Chou leads. Tang Chou did not care about the person behind him. He was completely focused on the swift army. The terrible results didn't surprise him, but he didn't ask them to stop. He had arranged for such a harsh test, not only to see the strength of the swift army, he had another intention, and that was to test the army's resilience and ability to adjust themselves. Haven't you had enough of sitting on the cold bench? Haven't you wasted enough time in that damned corner? Silently giving up, silently failing, no one knows, no one cares, day after day, your heart is like stagnant water, haven't you had enough? Triangle Eyes swallowed his saliva, and said softly, "Boss, the test seems to be slightly perverted." Tang Chou opened up his notebook expressionlessly. 4 energy pillars were embedded 30 m deep into the ground, surrounding the army. The energy pillars shot out 4 light pillars, and following that, in between the light pillars, they formed a light screen. The sealed cube light screen enveloped the army. Xie Yuan did not even groan, he struggled to crawl up, he raised his hand and bellowed, continuing to command the soldiers. The swift army's usual solid standard of training started to display its might, and the synchronization rate continued to rise. The soldiers started to get used to the intense energy undulation, And Xie Yuan gradually found the crux. His throat was already hoarse from shouting so loudly. Pa, he closed the notebook. Could it be? Bai Yu opened his mouth, but just as he was about to speak, he heard Tang Chao's cold and emotionless voice. According to the report, if I am not wrong, we bought an elite army, right? Xie Yuan started to command the army to synchronize with the energy. The soldiers of the Swift army had never synchronized in such a berserk environment before. It was as though they were in a raging wave, and many of them had difficulty stabilizing their bodies. Tang Chou was expressionless. His eyes did not have any emotions. Bai Yu's heart was indescribably shocked. He had never seen such a Xie Yuan before. In his heart, Xie Yuan was forever refined and gentle. A synchronization rate of 30% was truly a tragic sight. It meant that the Swift army's theoretical fighting strength was only able to unleash 30% of its might. You must know that was the theoretical limit, and in actual battles, the actual fighting strength that they could unleash would be far lower than the theoretical limit. The Sacred Saint Galaxy Army's fighting methods and specialties was something that Bing had submitted a long time ago, with the goal of providing a reference for the Ursa Major Constellation's armies. Tang Chou, who viewed Master Bing as a target to surpass, would never let go of such a report. Not only did he carefully read through it, he even did a large amount of analysis and calculations, which was what he was most proficient in. The cold and emotionless voice caused Bai Yu to have the urge to punch the man in the face. Tang Chou was expressionless as he announced the start. His understanding of the Sacred Saint Galaxy Army had reached an extremely profound level. Xie Yuan's adjutant could not help but mock. Are you purposely making things difficult for us? Energy undulation of the 7th grade. Do you know what that means? The light screen dimmed, the intense energy undulation disappeared, and the soil fell to the ground like raindrops. Xie Yuan stopped the adjutant who was about to argue, and said calmly, "All right." It could only be said, Tang Chou was truly too perverse. Everyone else nodded their heads. The Sacred Saint Galaxy Army had a long history, and all sorts of tests had long been completed, and Tang Chou had long prepared the equipment to simulate the 7th grade energy undulation. The scene was so tragic that all the spectators were silent. Bang! The chaotic air flow fiercely smashed Xie Yuan into the soil that had long been destroyed. Behind Su Jin was a group of people who looked like refugees, and Bai Yu immediately understood that they were the army that Su Ji Worldwide Commerce had helped to purchase. But their sloppy appearance made Bai Yu look down on them. Su Jin is usually a reliable person. Why did he bring such a group of trash? Relax your body, believe in your comrades. Xie Yuan's heart was like a regiment of flames burning. No matter how unwilling or angry he was, it was Tang Tian's orders, and to Tang Chou, it was the highest order, and he would definitely not disobey it. She also had a bad premonition in her heart. The test this time is to test the synchronization rate under harsh conditions. The testing environment, the energy undulation, is at the 7th grade. Tang Chou was extremely serious and had made ample preparations. Su Jin's face turned white, thinking about how his own army had to undergo the same test. His scalp went numb. The first test is synchronization rate. The energy inside the light screen started to fluctuate intensely. Even the air became extremely unstable, surging endlessly like a storm. Just like usual, 1, 2, 3, just like that. Su Jin eagerly greeted Tang Tian, while the red-haired young lady and the rest stared at the test. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Bai Yu's gaze landed on the red-haired young lady at the front. She had fiery red hair, a slender figure, holding onto a large sword. She looked valiant and formidable. Suddenly, a name entered Bai Yu's mind. His eyes suddenly lit up with a light aura, and his face changed. Just at that moment, a large group of people suddenly rushed in, and Bai Yu saw Su Jin, who was at the front. 2 hours later, the synchronization rate was at 56%. Bai Yu could not help but look at Tang Chou, who was still expressionless, without any change in expression. Well done. Xie Yuan turned a deaf ear, and continued to roar, commanding the soldiers. But Tang Chou's next words caused his face to change. The intense energy undulation, the chaotic airflow, caused the ground inside the light screen to be twisted to a thickness of a few meters. The inside of the light screen was filled with dirt and mud, falling, colliding, groaning. Bai Yu's face was ugly, Xie Yuan's performance was terrible, the synchronization rate was only 30%, but thinking about it, if it was him, to suddenly encounter such a test, his result would not be any better. Seeing Xie Yuan and the rest struggling inside, Tang Chou did not feel any pity, but instead, he closed the small book in his hands and walked a few steps forward, and said coldly, 30% synchronization rate, a terrible result. This is what you call an elite? Do not insult the word elite. This is only the first test. The other 8 tests after this will be even harsher than this. If you feel that you can't do it, you can give up. There is nothing shameful about it. Know your own strength on the battlefield. It can also allow you to preserve your life. Tang Chou glanced at the data, and then wrote it down on the small book. In contrast, beside the red-haired young lady, were rows of pale faces. Expressionless as always, Tang Chou announced the test environment, causing the Swift army to be in an uproar. The test is over, I am sorry, but please do not insult the word elite in the future. Tang Chou's voice was as cold as usual. Fortunately, you have passed and have the qualifications to enter the next round of tests. Emotions were emotions, work was work. Begin. 40%? What a terrible value. 30 minutes, you spent 30 minutes, and only increased by 10%? Do you know what you can do in 30 minutes? It's enough for you to die 300 times. And all of you died 300 times, and only managed to increase your synchronization rate by 10%, what a cheap sacrifice. The standard of 55% to pass is far beyond your reach. And please note, the standard for elites is 70%. Are you guys starting to despair? The sturdy men beside the red-haired young lady all had pale faces. Oh my God, this is such a perverted test, and this is only the first test? There are still 8 more perverted tests? Oh my God, why is this perverted man so perverted? Chapter 624. Out of the 9 tests, not only did the Swift army not reach the standard of elites, they only passed 4 of them, and it was the worst result in the history of the Swift army. If they failed, Xie Yuan would not have any complaints. He was talented to begin with, and after a few days, he gradually understood the deep meaning behind the perverse tests. The army that Xie Yuan had personally created had already been deeply imprinted with his mark. From a certain perspective, the temperament of the Swift army was exactly the same as Xie Yuan, the creator. They were obedient, disciplined, did not have any problems, and were obedient. But Xie Yuan's pride had also become a part of the army's temperament. But there is room for growth. With some polishing, we can still make do with it. Swoosh, the faces of everyone in the Pink Skull army changed. They held back their anger, their faces black, completely ignoring the spectators. Their thoughts were simple. If they could not pass the tests, then so be it, but they could not be afraid, they could not retreat, they could not let the pervert succeed. For the sake of achieving the best results, Aya and the rest did their best. Many of their trump cards that they did not usually take out were all taken out. Aya bellowed, and took the lead to enter the field. How terrifying is that army? Who knew that it would be put to use today? Even Bai Yu and Xie Yuan nodded their heads from time to time. The 2 of them were knowledgeable people. For the Pink Skull to be able to pass down for 200 years, they definitely had a few tricks up their sleeves. In terms of a head-on battle, the Pink Skull was definitely not a match for the Swift army, but in terms of urban warfare, pursuit and counter-pursuit, traps and ambushes, the Pink Skull was definitely stronger than the Swift army. Su Jin said with a bitter face, "They are a mercenary army, and are proficient in different things from the Swift army. Now, please demonstrate what you are proficient in." Tang Chou said. Tang Tian felt that it was reasonable. Tang Chou, test them. Looking at Tang Chou in front of him, Xie Yuan's heart was filled with respect. This respect did not come from the fact that Tang Chou had the authority to decide his own fate, but the strength that he had displayed. Bai Yu's eyes were sharp. The standard that Tang Chou had displayed shocked him. Tang Chou was definitely a famed general. Previously, he thought that although Meng Nan was rich, he was just an ordinary nouveau riche, and his family did not have any background. To be able to recruit Xie Yuan's grade of commander and army was a huge gain. However, both of them came from traditional academies, so they naturally disapproved of the mercenaries' methods. Pink Skull couldn't help but smile. Oh my god, this pervert was actually quite easy to talk to. That Xie guy must have offended him before. That pervert must have used such a perverted thing to torture them. He sneered in his heart. Do you think that such a pervert wouldn't take the test? Old Su, you're too naive. Tang Chao's evaluation of Xie Yuan was actually quite good. He was obedient, perceptive, tenacious, and had a strict attitude. His only weakness was his narrow vision. However, this was directly related to him living in a remote area for a long time and not experiencing high-intensity battles. If looks could kill, Su Jin's gaze would have pierced countless holes into Baiyu's body. Tang Chao's words made the entire Pink Skull ecstatic. That was great. They finally didn't have to go through those tests that made their bodies ache just by looking at them. Seeing that Tang Tian was looking at him, Xie Yuan said cautiously, if it's the Pink Skull, then it's indeed quite famous. What could he say? He had nothing to say. To a homeless person who was about to starve to death, a hot bun was the most delicious food in the world, but to those rich people who ate delicacies every day, what was it? It's a mercenary army. Su Jin immediately corrected him. If he let Tang Tian think that he found a group of pirates, with his fiery temper, he would definitely not have a good ending. Su Jin was still hoping to follow Tang Tian to earn a lot of money. How could he dare to offend Tang Tian at such a time? Of course, he did not dare offend Tang Chou. After witnessing it for the past few days, he knew that the perverted lunatic was also in existence that could not be provoked. To Tang Chou, a mercenary army was extremely unfamiliar. That's right, Tang Chou truly found something that he was interested in. He had never come into contact with mercenary armies before. He was a product of the Southern Cross Army, and followed the strict system of the Southern Cross Army. Su Jin wanted to pat his chest to prove that he was not lying. I definitely do not dare to lie to Master. If Master does not believe me, you can ask Master Xie and Brother Bai. Trash. They are a true mercenary army from the Bailu continent. The Bailu continent's mercenaries are extremely famous. The Pink Skull is a traditional mercenary army that was established 200 years ago. Until today, it is already the third generation. Aya is the current leader of the Pink Skull, and in the past few years, regardless of whether it is the Pink Skull's reputation or the number of completed missions, they are all outstanding. Baiyu's scalp went numb. What kind of family is actually so extravagant and powerful? Good. In the past few days, to the Swift Army, it was an unprecedented nightmare. The tests were done in the day and at night. All sorts of weird content caused the entire Swift Army to be battered and exhausted. They were scolded and scolded, all sorts of mockery and ridicule tormenting their mental state, but no one in the Swift Army backed out. But to be used to protect Master, they are still qualified. You will soon know what a true pervert is like. They hated Tang Chou to the core. Such a powerful famous general is actually only the third in command. That means that there are two other famous general-level existences in front of Tang Chou. Their hearts were burning with rage. Then let's test another army. Tang Tian said naturally. By the side, Su Jin's face turned white. He laughed awkwardly. About that, Xiao Meng, this army is different from the Swift Army. But old Su, I can guarantee that it is an elite army, and definitely not a nameless one. They are the Pink Skull Army. Other than Xie Yu and Aya's face revealed a smile, they were the best at such a drill. As an army for hire, it was common for them to receive requests from their employers. They were extremely familiar with how to display the strength of their army and how to move their employers. Although he had expected it, but Xie Yuan still felt bitter in his heart. Baiyu, who was by the side, opened his mouth. He wanted to say that even his own army could not complete the perverted tests. But when the words reached his mouth, he realized that he could not say it out. Tang Chao's gaze towards the Pink Skull was like a hungry wolf looking at a piping hot steamed bun, his eyes filled with a faint green light. Every test was meticulously designed by the other party. All of the Swift Army's shortcomings and weaknesses were completely exposed in the harsh tests, causing Xie Yuan to be completely convinced. Tang Chou did not have any bias, and watched with great interest. A large-scale attack on the battlefield was extremely destructive, but for such a small-scale attack, if used properly, its might would definitely not be small. You guys are hired. Tang Tian was very straightforward. He had absolute trust in Tang Chou, and the tenacity that the swift army had displayed over the past few days made him satisfied. He smiled. You guys have worked hard for the past few days. You can draw up a list of your equipment. I will get Suji Worldwide Commerce to prepare them for you. Xie Yuan had already decided, even if he was not hired, he would use the tests in his daily training. He was in a daze, but Tang Chou's voice pulled him back, as Tang Chou was reporting to Tang Tian in front of him. The large-scale drill quickly unfolded, the dazzling small-scale coordination, the extremely professional sneak attacks, the seemingly loose formation was overflowing with killing intent. All of the soldiers that looked like refugees, all of them seemed to have changed into completely different people, and were extremely professional. If any army is able to complete the tests. A motley crew. Even Aya, who was the calmest, could not help but loosen her grip on her sword hilt. Oh, this is a completely new research direction, and can greatly supplement the current system. And even the test specimens are ready. This time, Baiyu did not cheat Su Jin, but instead agreed. Old Su's words are not wrong. The methods of the mercenary army are truly different from the standard armies. They are more proficient in small-scale infiltration, protecting important personnel, and clearing out targets. The entire drill was extremely imposing. Tang Chou's words caused Xie Yuan's dim eyes to suddenly light up, but he immediately laughed bitterly in his heart. Since when did I fall to the point of being used? But he could not doubt it, could not reject it, and his heart was filled with joy. Sounds like pirates, Tang Chou said coldly. But now, he finally understood, the depth of Meng Nan's family was far beyond his imagination. Xie Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Yes. Aya saw Tang Chou nodding his head from time to time, revealing a satisfied expression, and was secretly happy. The contents of their drill were all meticulously arranged, and looked extremely shocking. Not convinced, everyone is not convinced. Since when did we lose to others in training? Since it is a mercenary army, there is no need for such tests. The results of the tests are terrible. Tang Chou's tone was as cold as usual. This army is definitely not elite. I feel that there is a large discrepancy with what the report said. From the looks of it, the results are good. Tang Chou was expressionless, but Xie Yuan's expression was seen by him. All the tests were done intentionally by him. Since they were mercenaries that were bought, he decided to help the master destroy their arrogance. He chose the most honorable method. He wanted to make them speechless and completely convinced. Mercenary army? Tang Chou was expressionless, but his eyes lit up. People who were familiar with him knew that Master Tang Chou had definitely found something interesting. Day and night, crawling and fighting. Baiyu was unperturbed. What kind of joke is this? Xie Yuan that I brought was tortured to death, but the pink skull did not even touch the mud. That is not fair. Scattered soldiers. I have heard of the name Pink Skull before. Baiyu scratched his chin, but his tone changed. But what you hear is false. Seeing is believing. We need to see the quality. Chapter 625. Both parties were like two martial artists covered in blood. You slashed me, I stabbed you, there was no retreat, no dodging, only blood splattered everywhere. Becoming Tang Chou's test subject was definitely not something to be happy about. What made her want to vomit blood was that the other party was using them as test subjects. Bu Zifei did not hesitate at all. He gave the order. Behind him, the entire army soared into the sky. They did not leave any reserves behind. These two armies are crippled. Bu Zifei sighed. This place, there is a parameter that needs to be tested again. Every group will do it 20 times. But the 12th and 15th Army's strength could not compare to the 7th Army, and their casualties immediately increased. Wave after wave of attacks, all sorts of light auras continuously landed on the defensive barrier, the dazzling light auras and the fireballs blossoming in the sky intertwined. Inside the Sword Forest stronghold, the precious Bright Village Regiment was swaying left and right, They had overexerted themselves, causing them to fall unconscious. Over 600 men, the 12th and 15th Army. The Shang continent. Aya held onto her sword hilt tightly. She wanted to chop the lunatic into pieces. By her side, the other people were all angry, but did not dare say anything. They were already tortured to the point of death, but no one dared to retaliate. The pink skulls naturally saw the situation. Since they were going to suffer under Master Tang Chao's hands, they could reap benefits. If they landed in the hands of the swift army that rejoiced in their misfortune, they would suffer for nothing. The world was that dark. Master Tang Chou had given them the task of suppressing the enemy, and they wished for more disobedient people to come, who knew that the pink skulls were all crafty. Upon seeing the signs, they all became unyielding and clenched their teeth to endure. The difference in their coordination could not be more than 1/10 of a second. Even the position, distance, speed, all of them had extremely strict rules, and even the slightest mistake would cause the lunatic to roar. The setting sun dyed the sky red. Tang Tian directly threw the matters of the barracks to Tang Chou, and then ignored them. He could not waste time, he still had many things to do. After fighting for over 9 hours, both parties were already at their limits. The adjutant was excited. The 7th Army had suffered an unprecedented loss, and all of them were holding back a wave of energy. In order to find the other party's flaws, they used the stupidest method, arranging people in each area to count. This lunatic's request was too perverse. 7th Army advance. The Sword Forest Stronghold's light balls also shot out like rain. Bu Zifei's face was gloomy. Such a battle was the most bitter. Facing a stronghold that was heavily guarded, other than attacking, there was no other way. This kind of head-on confrontation was achieved with countless lives. Even he didn't have many good ideas. A light bullet landed weakly on the protective shield. Even the hot-tempered Aya did not dare to go against Master Tang Chou. Oh, there's an error in my calculations here. It's not optimal yet. Cannon fodder armies were more suitable for battles that required human lives. To nurture an army for 1,000 days, to use it for a moment, the reason why the vast star continent nurtured so many cannon fodder armies, wasn't it for this moment? He had long been aware of these two speculations. The enemy had many novices, and during the second wave of probing he had faintly sensed it, and during the third wave of probing he had confirmed it. As for the problem of lacking manpower, that was the conclusion he came up with after studying the strongholds. Obviously, the might that the enemy was displaying, compared to the theoretical might of the strongholds, was far from it. Just that. Well done. Bu Zifei patted the adjutant's shoulder, his face filled with gratification. They have finally grown up. Bang bang bang. Don't worry. Crane smiled and bowed. The black mist that flew out from the minaret coiled around Crane's body, transforming into an elegant black armor, and a few of the mist entered Crane's body, transforming into a black cape that fluttered in the wind. Embroidered clothes and a sword, a young master walking in the night. If we break through the enemy's protective shield, how many casualties will there be? Bu Zifei asked. All of them will be pierced to death with my spear. Ling Su snorted. The silver light that flew through the air struck his body, causing the silver liquid to squirm and transform on the surface of his body, and in the next moment, it transformed into a silver scale armor. Silver armor and spear, white robes and righteousness. The swift army watched the pink skull mercenaries being tortured to death by Master Tang Chou, and secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Thinking about the time when they were being tortured, all of them were watching excitedly from the side. Now that the tables had turned, all of them were excited and excited. This place was a mistake in my design. Let's do it again, this time we will. The true deciding factor would always be the elites like the 7th Army. All of them were elites that had spent countless of money to create, and were the true kings of the battlefield. He raised his head to look at the chaotic battlefield and sighed, how many casualties are there today? Bu Zifei's request for reinforcements was sent back to the vast star continent, and upon knowing that the enemy was actually building a stronghold, the continent lord personally gave the order, and the 12th and 15th armies arrived at the same time. The continent lord also knew to use the elites of the 7th army, to squander them on a place that needed to be filled with lives. It was a huge loss. Victory! Jing Hao raised the drunk on Saint Blood in his hand and bowed to Bing. A bright-colored flame flew out from the sharp tower and smashed onto Jing Hao, transforming into a sky full of flames. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a bright red armor, a big sword, and a heroic song. The defensive barrier of the strongholds shattered, and after a short period of silence, it was followed by a deafening cheer. Hold back a little. Hold back a little. Are you in a rush to die? Timing, you need to understand timing. That red-haired lady, as the main commander, you can't even grasp the timing. Are you an idiot? The Swift army, who were initially rejoicing at the side, lost their mood to watch the show and started to sympathize with the Pink Skull, especially when they thought about how they had to work under such a crazy and perverted man. Just thinking about it made their lives gloomy. Bu Zifei did not linger on the question and asked, "How was everyone's rest?" But if there was a sentence that Aya felt was the most unreasonable, it would definitely be this. With the addition of the two cannon fodder armies, it immediately allowed the 7th Army to break free from the bitter siege. The 12th and 15th Armies faced the Continent Lord's death order and did not dare to cherish their lives. "Oh, what did you guys discuss about the route of attack?" Bu Zifei laughed. With regards to the details, he would always throw them to the officers below him. On one hand, it could free him from the trivial calculations, and on the other hand, it was a good training for the middle-ranked officers. At least 1,200, maybe even as many as 1,500, the adjutant said. "Asshole! Does he think we are a group of machines?" When Tang Chou said that with confidence, everyone was stunned. It was not only the Pink Skull, even Xie Yuan and the Swift army were shocked by Tang Chou's shamelessness. The people of the Pink Skull were a group of wily old foxes and were proficient in changing the direction of the wind. Being surrounded by a group of fully armed regular armies, how could they dare to move? The first batch of weapons and equipment had already been transported over from Suji Worldwide Commerce. The Swift Army's weapons had been exchanged for cannons, and their morale was high. The battle had reached the most intense stage. The defensive barrier of the stronghold was as thin as paper, and the originally densely packed sieging frigates were now sparse. In another 3 hours, the enemy's energy barrier should be destroyed. The adjutant gave a precise answer. One after another, the sieging frigates circled around the Sword Forest stronghold, continuously shooting out thick and dazzling light pillars. The light pillars struck the defensive barrier of the Sword Forest stronghold, causing ripples to form on the light barrier. We have done a survey and calculation of the firepower of the stronghold, and finally obtained the distribution of their firepower, and realized that there are 3 areas where their firepower is the weakest. Furthermore, we have repeatedly deduced that they are not even able to unleash 60% of the stronghold's might. And there is a very unique discovery, that is, their fighting capabilities are gradually increasing. Based on these characteristics, we can deduce that firstly, the stronghold is most likely a group of novices, or should I say, a portion of them are novices. Secondly, they do not have enough manpower. This is the conclusion that we came up with after calculating the number of attacks in each area. I can make mistakes, but you guys cannot be lazy. Slow. You guys are too slow. Did you guys not eat? Isn't this what you are good at? Why are you so slow? Are you all a bunch of old men? It's your turn. Bing, who was floating in the air, puffed out a smoke ring, his face showing signs of fatigue. The 7th Army, who were watching the battle, were also shocked by the intense battle. From time to time, the sieging frigates would explode and die. The fire regiments blossoming in the sky were like beautiful flowers. But one of the cruelties of war was that many times, you did not have much leeway to choose. Under the eaves, we only have 200 men left. The adjutant's throat was dry. The number of casualties had exceeded his expectations. Looking at the 4 lonely sieging frigates in the sky, they looked as though they could fall at any time. He could almost imagine the situation inside the stronghold, an outstanding general leading a group of novices. Because Xie Yuan was leading the Swift army, and was glaring at the side like a tiger watching its prey, a few of the uncooperative fellows had already been dragged out and beaten up, and were currently hanging on the wooden poles, on the verge of death. Aya had never thought that there would be a day when their familiar fighting style would change beyond recognition. Every famous general, unless they had no other choice, were not willing to use such a fighting style. This is their mission. The adjutant's expression was normal. The purpose of cannon fodder was to be used here. If not, why would the continent lord spend so much money every year to nurture so many cannon fodder armies? The cannon fodder armies were used to do the dirty and tiring work. Their battle cries shook the sky as the three of them moved forward. Bang! Again. Bu Zifei was filled with admiration towards his adjutant, although he was inflexible most of the time, but his cautiousness seemed to be innate. Bu Zifei had never doubted the adjutant's statistics. As for the casualties, as long as they won the battle and their entire army was not destroyed, the continent lord would not mistreat them and would definitely replenish them. But if they were to cower in fear, then what awaited them would be the rage of the continent lord, and at that time, even their families would not be spared. Completely recovered. The adjutant was roused. We have already discussed the route of attack. As long as the defensive barrier is broken, we can take the chance to kill our way in and take back the initiative. She had never thought that the Pink Skull's most adept coordination would actually be able to play a new trick in the hands of the madman. Just that, the madman's request was so high that it made people's hair stand. Chapter 626. After putting on an act and leading the precious Bright Village Regiment to fight for so long, sigh, my acting skills are not bad. The theoretical limit of the precious Bright Village Regiment has been completely squeezed out by Bing. He could foresee that after the tempering, the precious Bright Village Regiment's strength would soar by leaps and bounds. Bu Zifei had never looked down on the use of experts. If not, he would not have spent so much effort to build the vanguard unit. All of these arrogant and untamed experts were like thin and sharp daggers. If used well, they would be powerful, but in such a head-on clash, their weakness would be exposed. Rush over! Bu Zifei suddenly thought about the abnormality that he had sensed, and his face turned white. Energy, the stronghold group can control energy. The angry armor-heavy sword was as majestic as a mountain. Ding! The energy barrier shattered. The raging red wave smashed onto a reef and shattered into pieces. Using the sacrifice of 2 cannon fodder armies to exhaust the enemy's strength, if the enemy still had any reserves, they would definitely not sit and watch the defensive barrier shatter. Now that the defensive barrier had shattered, it meant that the enemy was at the end of their rope. But if the stronghold group could control the energy of an entire region, then such a stronghold group would be extremely difficult to break through, at least not something that 2 cannon fodder armies could break through. Controlling the energy of an entire region, that was the ultimate goal of any defense unit. The reason why the 12 ecliptic palaces rarely went through the flames of war was because of the precious cities. Hai Na Fan Sente represented the ancient sect card system, but after 300 years of glory, it disappeared without a trace. Replacing it was Qin Mu's creation of the modern card system. It originated from the even more ancient Rosenberg and had absorbed sufficient nourishment from the ancient sect. It was even more efficient, even more alive, and the card appliances that came after pushed it to a peak. The modern card system was like a greedy beast, firmly occupying the era. Generation after generation, no one remembered the ancient glory, the past Hai Na Fan Sente, the past Star Academy. Chen Mu's influence far exceeded any grandmaster in history. His silent back view was like a huge shadow, enveloping generation after generation of new card masters. He was glorious, but what came after him was sorrowful. A full 200 years had passed, and there were no more disruptive innovations in the cards. All the card masters had the same question in their hearts: has the card developed to its peak? Chia Shangguan quietly read. There was nothing in the building except some scattered diaries. Bu Zifei admired the commander of the stronghold. The opponent had such a terrible hand, but to be able to fight to such a stage, it could be said that he had reached the pinnacle. If it were him, the situation would probably be even worse. Unless Unless the enemy's goal from the start was not to block their attacks, but to annihilate the 7th Army. Bu Zifei was overwhelmed with shock. How is this possible? How can a single person's strength reach such a powerful level? This was the first direct clash between Heaven's Road's defense system and the armies of the sacred Saint Galaxy. How good would it be if he could hear such a lesson? My new student helped me find this variable. It was too amazing. Souls, it's actually souls, there are actually souls here. The raging red wave crashed into the energy barrier of the army. He did not know who designed this cluster of fortresses, but if it was really as he guessed, then this cluster of fortresses was bound to overturn the current system of fortresses. Bing laughed at himself absent-mindedly. It was just an insignificant victory, but he actually started to feel sentimental. Ayaya, come to think of it, Gu Du Qiubai has such a high class and Western temperament. It matches my status as a famous general. If the commander were to see this, he would definitely be surprised. In the next moment, Bu Zifei's face changed. The surging energy was like a tide, suddenly surging towards the heavy sword that was raised up high. Impossible! How crazy is the enemy's commander to have such a thought? Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead, and the troops slowed down. Inside the treasure city, all of the energy was controlled by the Sword Forest stronghold, and the strength of the defenders would be greatly strengthened. I had an argument with my teacher, and in the classical sects, I found a thread of hope to break through the curtain of night. Teacher thought that I was crazy. He is a believer of Chenmu, and we had an intense argument, so I was chased out of the card-making school. Upon entering the Sword Forest stronghold, Bu Zifei sensed that something was amiss. The energy flow was not right. Seems like the stronghold has many unusual aspects. I plan to break through the stronghold and study it properly. Jie Shengguan's heart was filled with shock. She never thought that the origin of the spirit cards would actually come from another mysterious place. She saw the life of a stubborn old man. Bing, who was in the air, continued to smoke. He did not even bother to look at the intense battle below. I need a variable, just a variable, and I can change everything. Bing tilted his head and thought. He felt that his thinking was too optimistic, and reckoned that it was more likely that he would receive a slap from the commander and then be taught a lesson. Brat, you are so proud of this result? You are truly embarrassing me. And so on. My body is getting weaker by the day. I am dying soon. Last night, I dreamt of the card-making school, dreamt of teacher, but a pity, I can no longer find my way back. But for some reason, an indescribable loneliness surfaced in his heart. Gu Du Qiubai. He and I had an intense argument, just like me and my teacher in the past. Spirit cards, yes, they are great, but they are not what I want. It is the power of life and conviction, not the art of a card. I am a card master, in the past, now, and even in death. Bing puffed out a ring of smoke, his thoughts wandering. A brazen guess flashed past his mind like lightning, a bone-chilling intent surging up his spine. I have trained my troops and obtained victory. I have perfectly achieved all my goals. I should be happy. Drunk on Saint Blood trembled. The dim sword body lit up with a bewitching red light aura. The surging energy was dyed red. They revolved around Jing Hao, transforming into a gigantic red vortex. The energy converging around Jing Hao's body was too terrifying. As the concentration of the energy was too high, everyone's vision was distorted as though they were being roasted by the high temperature. It was a bewitching blood energy storm, causing everyone's hair to stand. Are you lonely? Bu Zifei's face flushed red. The soldiers around him swayed at the same time. All of them looked as though they were drunk. The opponent raised the big sword in his hand. Bu Zifei said decisively, at that moment, the most important thing was time. They could not give the opponent time to recover. The opponent had sent out experts, with the goal of delaying their advance, to give the soldiers in the stronghold time to recover. Bang! To the three of them, it was a rare opportunity. The energy gathered in the Sword Forest stronghold far surpassed that of Tang Tion's, and even surpassed any of the treasured cities in the 12 ecliptic palaces. Bing's face revealed a faint smile. What the hell is this place? It is truly terrible. Bu Zifei immediately activated his energy barrier. But he was too late. The few soldiers at the front were instantly engulfed by the raging red wave. In front of them, a tall and sturdy bright red figure stood in the middle of the road. Yes, this is a brand new card, completely different from the previous cards. It does not require any apparatus, it does not require an energy card, it does not require anything, it is one of a kind, unique, like a life, it makes people revere it. He was filled with curiosity towards the stronghold. Bu Zifei's face changed, and just as he spoke, Jing Hao raised drunk on Saint Blood and slashed down fiercely. The vast star continent who had lost 2 fulcrums would quickly be in trouble, the power to protect their wealth would be weakened, and the wealth would naturally attract the covetous eyes of all parties, and the vast star continent would quickly fall into a situation where they could not even fend for themselves. For some reason, a phrase surfaced in Bu Zifei's mind: one man holding the pass, 10,000 cannot open it. But he could not help but laugh, to think that he would have such an unreliable thought. This should be the opponent's final trump card, but in Bu Zifei's eyes, the scene in front of him was filled with the feeling of a cornered beast fighting. In the sky above the main stronghold, Bing sat cross-legged, the cigarette in his mouth flickering in the wind, one hand supporting his chin. He gazed into the distance, seemingly in a daze. He did not care about the battle below. His goal from the start was to wipe out the 7th Army. If we were to say that the 8th Army was the first fulcrum, then the 7th Army was the second. They did not meet with any resistance. Bu Zifei did not entangle with the other sword strongholds, but ordered his troops to head straight for the main stronghold. The core of the stronghold was definitely the main stronghold in the center, and as long as the main stronghold was breached, the entire stronghold would crumble. And the opponent would definitely gather their last strength in the main stronghold and make their last struggle. The star door was sealed. I know, it was definitely done by him. He wants to become the ruler of that world, just like Chenmu, but a pity, he does not understand why Chenmu is so strong. Although there was something amiss, but Bu Zifei did not think that the opponent could turn the tables. The manpower in the opponent's hands had already been squeezed dry. A general was like a chef, using ingredients to create food. A famous general was like a more powerful chef. Maybe the food he made was more delicious, maybe he had a unique use of ingredients, but if he did not have the ingredients, he could only watch helplessly. He purposely revealed 3 flaws, so that the 3 of them could have ample space to fight. The Sword Forest stronghold had opened up the treasure city, and the armor had been tempered by the energy for a period of time, and had become even stronger. 2 loud explosions sounded out at the same time, the other 2 directions lit up with dazzling light auras, and faintly heard screams, causing Bu Zifei's heart to sink. Be careful! The bewitching red energy was like a flood that had burst a dam. The red raging wave brought along a low and terrifying roar. It followed along the streets and smashed down. They were the users of the energy storm, and furthermore, it was an unprecedented and powerful energy storm, and such an experience was definitely a precious experience. I have decided to once again search for the true essence of the classical faction. I firmly believe that there is an answer there. I followed Hai Na Fan Sin Ti's footsteps and searched for the words he left behind. Countless energy flows flowed past the tall spires. The sky looked as though it was covered by a river. The trickles flowed endlessly. On the last page of the diary, 4 crooked words were written. Chapter 627. The smile on eldest young noble's face disappeared, and his expression became stern. The prerequisite is that I do not harm the benefits of White Sands, regardless of whether I am the future White Sands continent lord, or a corpse. I will not harm the benefits of White Sands. As for He Ying and Lady Ro, Tang Tian did not place them in his eyes, as the enmity between them had long been formed. As for what Tang Tian said, it was all lies, to make the godlike young lad lower his head to He Ying. Tang Tian stared at eldest young noble, who did not dodge, and calmly welcomed Tang Tian's gaze. That's it. Eldest young noble could not believe his own ears. The leader of the guards had followed Qin Yuran for many years, and knew that although Miss Yuran was a woman, her words carried enormous weight. and she was extremely loyal. All of them had received Miss Yu Ran's kindness in the past few years. He was originally injured in the battlefield and wandered the streets and was saved by Qin Yu Ran. Qin Yu Ran saw that he was talented and allowed him to lead the guards. Everyone knew that the situation was dire, and all of their faces congealed. They had thought of the possibility of the other party making a move, but no one expected Ying to be so daring. Qin Yu Ran was extremely anxious. At the same time, Ling Xia heaved a sigh of relief. She could not understand Meng Nan at all, and no matter what strange actions he did, or what strange requests he made, she would not be surprised. The ladies seemed to have found their backbone, and like a flock of startled birds, they rushed into the hall. Qin Yu Ran, who was teaching the ladies how to sing, suddenly noticed the commotion outside. She walked out of the hall and into the courtyard, when she saw the many wooden houses in the sky, enveloped in raging flames, black smoke billowing. What a freak! Eldest young noble reacted quickly, and immediately said, "Mr. Meng, if you have any suggestions, please speak." The leader of the guard's face changed. Yes. Eldest young noble's self-mocking and honest attitude made people have a good impression of him. But at that moment, he did not provoke eldest young noble, and immediately made a decision. "Let's go out of the city, we are going to the barracks." Who knew that Tang Tian's tone would change? Then let's talk about the problem of remuneration. Tang Tian was surprised, and pointed to eldest young noble. "Protect him?" Shortly after, the sounds of intense fighting could be heard from outside the courtyard. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they looked at each other. Tang Tian stood up and said in a deep voice, "Let's go and take a look." Looking at the two stunned people, Tang Tian's expression was unfriendly. "Don't tell me that I helped for free?" Some of the timid women around them had already begun to cry, and panic was spreading. The leader of the guards bowed to Qin Yu Ran, then turned and strode forward, starting to command the guards to set up their defense. Qin Yu Ran called for the leader of the guards and said sternly, "From now on, all the guards and servants of the families will be under your command. You only have one mission. Stand guard outside and don't let anyone get close. Anyone who tries to attack the manor will be killed without mercy." Tang Tian was very satisfied with eldest young master's tactfulness. He coughed lightly and said, "Eldest young master is also a person of status. The price to protect such an important person is definitely not low. We will not beat around the bush. I think the ones who dare to take action against eldest young master must be Ying and Lady Ro. Because of eldest young master, I have made such a strong enemy. Tell me, isn't that a huge sacrifice for me?" All the young ladies' faces turned pale. Qin Yu Ran's heart jumped. She immediately took out her communication plate, but it did not have any reaction. "What's going on?" Auntie Chiu was shocked. "Big Brother Meng, you have to come quickly. Last night, the Su family's trading group was suddenly attacked by pirates. They were only half a day's journey from White Sands, and only 6 of them managed to escape. Master Su Abai's first army has already moved out, but before they leave, Master Su Abai hopes that you can protect eldest young master for a period of time." Tang Tian thought about it and agreed. Eldest young noble seemed to be the successor, but for the past few years, he had been suppressed by Ying and Lady Ro, and lived a miserable life. He wanted money but had no money, he wanted people but had no one. If not for the support of the Ling family and Subai, he would have been killed long ago. To her, the White Sands continent was extremely foreign, and she did not know who she could trust. Ling Xia's face was extremely ugly. Qin Yu Ran took a deep breath and shouted, "Enter the hall. Everyone enter the hall." Tang Tian thought for a moment, then said with a straight face, "If eldest young master becomes the new continent lord, I hope to obtain White Sands friendship." "Yes." Ling Xia then explained, "I have just taken over the 5th army, and need some time to completely grasp it. Master, you have 2 armies here, and an outstanding general like General Xie Yuan. Master Su Abai believes that master has the strength to protect eldest young master. In White Sands, regardless of what to buy or sell, it was extremely convenient. To the Shang continent, it was a huge help. The Suji worldwide commerce only sold weapons, and there were many other things that needed to be bought from other channels. The White Sands continent held an important position in the southern region, and compared to the vast Star continent, the White Sands continent's influence in the southern region was much higher. Qin Yu Ran bit her lips tightly. She knew that if it was a scheme, then the mastermind would definitely not let the Moon Manor go. All of these ladies were the best bargaining chips for all the big families in the White Sands continent. That was worse than killing Tang Tian. She immediately called for her most trusted bodyguard and said softly, "Go to the Ling family courtyard immediately and seek help from Mr. Meng Nan." Seeing the bodyguard leave, Qin Yu Ran was startled. She did not expect that in such a dangerous situation, the first person she thought of was actually Big Brother Meng. "Two people are injured. One-on-one, they are not weaker than us." The one who replied was Ah Leng. He was temporarily in charge. His expression was not good. "They should be mercenaries, they are veterans." He was rejoicing in his heart, out of cautiousness. The Ling family courtyard's defenses were extremely tight, completely according to the standard battlefield requirements. All of the meticulously arranged hidden sentries were of great use. If not, the price they had to pay would definitely not be just 2 casualties. Qin Yu Ran's tone was stern. "Everything points to disaster, but tell everyone, whoever dies in battle, I will take care of their family. If they want to enter, they will have to step over this subordinate's corpse." Tang Tian glanced at him. "You don't have any money or power, you can't even exchange for all of this. How are the casualties? How are their strengths?" Tang Tian asked. Ling Xia replied respectfully. She was currently representing Master Su Abai, and naturally did not dare to use her usual attitude. Eldest young noble who was by the side immediately bowed to Tang Tian. It's fine, Mr. Meng. Wherever you go, I will follow." Eldest young noble immediately expressed. Tang Tian looked at eldest young noble sympathetically. "What does he want to do? He wants to kill me." When Tang Tian rushed over, the battle outside the courtyard had already ended, leaving behind a few corpses on the ground and blood stains all over the place. Eldest young noble, Ling Xia, and the rest all revealed looks of joy. Luckily, the Moon Manor was the most luxurious and largest manor in White Sand City and had sufficient guest rooms. Every day, there would be various salons and concerts, and it was a paradise for women, but a forbidden ground for men. Tang Tian listened to his subordinate's report, his face expressionless. Ling Xia could not help but say, "You are already their mortal enemy." Their only hope was Big Brother Meng. The group of people suddenly appeared and attacked the underworld continent's demonic mounts without any warning. Luckily, in this period of time, the residents around the courtyard had already moved away. The underworld continent's demonic mounts were extremely vigilant, and when the group of people approached, they were immediately sensed. Eldest young noble heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that Meng Nan would take the chance to raise conditions that he could not accept. Master Su Abai had already discussed with him, and what surprised him was that Master Su Abai was extremely confident in Meng Nan. "Since your most valuable asset is your identity as a successor, then we can only use that." Tang Tian suddenly felt that White Sands was a good ally. It was not far from the Shang continent, and was flourishing with businesses. And the White Sands continent's terrain was good for defense, unlike the vast Star continent, where there were gaps everywhere. An ally in the southern region, it's that simple. Tang Tian thought for a moment. Maybe I can sell some things through you guys, or maybe I can buy some things through you guys. Being an ally and using White Sands business channels, the price was not high, but rather too low. Explosions sounded out from afar, and thick black smoke rose up from many places. White Sand City was in chaos. Eldest young noble's face turned green. What are they trying to do? What are they trying to do? A look of admiration flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. In truth, he did not have any impression of the eldest young noble of the continent lord previously. But at that moment, he could not help but size up the eldest young noble who did not have any sense of existence. My opponent is the honorable Martial Continent, such a colossus, and it is necessary to rope in all helpers. On the contrary, eldest young noble revealed a look of admiration. I like Mr. Meng's attitude. Friendship was friendship, and business was business. He was absolutely right. But you know my situation, Mr. Meng. I do not lack in daily expenses, but it is only a few 100 million. Compared to Mr. Meng, I am extremely poor. Other than my identity as a successor, I do not have any other valuable assets. The Moon Manor was Qin Yu Rant's residence, and currently, it had become the highest-class salon in the entire White Sands continent, with countless of young ladies coming here just to catch a glimpse of Qin Yu Rant's beauty. And for the ladies with deep backgrounds, they would just stay in the guest rooms. Eldest young noble's eyes were clear. He looked refined, like a teacher, and not the successor of a continent lord. Tang Tian scratched his chin. If he was not like Crane or Bing, he would definitely not be He Ro's opponent. Tang Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry at the ridiculous words. I am very busy, where would I find the time to take care of him? Tang Tian scoffed. Little Ling Xia, our friendship is friendship, but eldest young noble and I are doing business, and business is business. If you say that He Ying and the rest do not like me, I will admit it, but if I were to take the initiative to leave the White Sands continent, He Ying and the rest will definitely not find trouble with me, and might even give me some benefits. She could smell the thick smell of a scheme. Eldest young noble was immediately embarrassed. Tang Tian stared at the two of them for a long time, and felt that they were not here to make fun of him. He slapped his thigh. Good. Suddenly, a shout came out from outside. Who is it? Come out. Tang Tian could not help but clench his teeth. It was truly not easy to squeeze anything out of this poor guy. There were people who joked that whoever occupied the Moon Manor would be able to take down the entire White Sands continent without shedding a single drop of blood. Chapter 628. The opponent had given Tang Tian face, and with the 200 Qing continent tyrannical mounts, they had the ability to take them all down. Roughly 100 Qing continent tyrannical mounts walked along the streets and slowly approached, an indescribable pressure surging out. Qing continent tyrannical mounts hit. Very quickly, the troops started to have casualties, mainly the Ling family and eldest young noble's bodyguards. They had never fought with their enemies one-on-one, and never clashed head-on with their enemies. They were like a regiment of black mercury that kept on changing, always protecting Tang Tian. This subordinate knows his wrongs. Xie Yuan admitted his wrongs without hesitation, and immediately flew to gather his army. Tang Chou stared at Xie Yuan expressionlessly. You plan to go against my orders? Tang Tian's words caused eldest young noble, Ling Xia and the rest behind him to have a change in their faces. The Qing continent tyrannical mount's reputation was like the sun in the sky, and they were currently the strongest elites. The bodyguards continued to take care of the injured enemies, and at this point everyone's eyes were bloodshot. The streets that they had walked on were littered with countless of corpses, and the ground was filled with blood. Aya's expression changed. After a moment, she clenched her teeth and said, yes. The voice that came out from the front caused eldest young noble and Ling Xia to be startled. They thought that they had heard wrongly. Ling Xia's face was as white as paper. She could not think of any reason for Meng Nan to reject. 200 figures, as though they were one, lit up with light auras that spewed out like raging flames, swallowing and spitting. They swept through the air at high speeds, causing a low rumble that transmitted to the ground. The houses, and everything on the streets were all trembling. It was as though a thunder had exploded in the air without any warning, causing the ground to shake. The bodyguards returned in bewilderment. Retreat. Tang Tian snorted. Godlike young lad, this battle is destined to belong to you. You have been sweating for days and nights, wasn't it to prepare for enemies like the one you are facing now? After saying that, Tang Tian walked out from the crowd. At the end of the street, a group of people appeared. Xie Yuan and Aya looked at each other, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Xie Yuan hesitated. Sir, should we first send out scouts to gather information? Asang stared blankly at Tang Tian. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? He never thought that Tang Tian would refuse, and in such a straightforward manner. Assemble! Any ordinary warship would cost more than 10 billion cloud coins. But what was more precious were the 100 Qing continent's tyrannical mounts. Following the Qin continent's tyrannical mounts becoming famous in the various continents, they were already hard to find. Warships could be bought with money, but Qin continent's tyrannical mounts could not be bought with money. 100 Qin continent's tyrannical mounts, that was truly a huge sum. Come, let's fight. He raised his head and looked at the white sand city that was already covered in black smoke, his gaze becoming even colder. Target, white sand city, full speed ahead. Suddenly, Tang Tian stopped, and the underworld continent's demonic mounts who noticed Tang Tian's strange behavior immediately became cautious. Xie Yuan and the rest were worried about him, but he did not care. What did the White Sands continent have to do with him? If they angered him, they might not be able to destroy the White Sands continent, but it would be easy for them to loot the White Sands continent. Since they could not avoid paying the price, then they had to pay the price. As long as they won, all their efforts would be worth it. But the dense black smoke caused everyone to be shocked. They were all people who had fought before and knew what it was. Alang and the rest were shocked. Master? The wind blew on his face, but it did not calm him down at all, but instead fanned the flames in his chest, causing the flames burning in his chest to become even more intense. There was nothing better than a battle to test one's strength. His bodyguards had already suffered a considerable number of casualties, with a fifth of them gone. But the group of old fellows did not have any casualties. After carefully observing their battle, he was even more surprised. The group of old fellows were all extremely shrewd and ruthless. Their coordination was extremely adept. The previous banquet, Meng Nan had created such a huge commotion, causing him to be equally shocked, and that was the reason why he was so humble today. For such a powerful martial artist, even if he won, he would most likely suffer a lot. Eldest young noble's face was ashen. Only when he saw the underworld continent's demonic mounts by Tang Tian's side would a look of fanaticism flash past his eyes. Asang did not expect Tang Tian to reject him. He was stunned for a moment, then said, "If Master is not satisfied with the conditions, we can discuss again." Advancing, retreating, piercing through, cutting diagonally, they were always able to break down the enemy's attacks. The entire process was pleasing to the eyes, as though it was an art. Qin continent's tyrannical mounts. But that did not mean that he was afraid of Meng Nan. In the era where armies ruled, the Qin continent's tyrannical mounts were already at the top of the food chain, and with 200 Qin continent's tyrannical mounts, he had the confidence to defeat Meng Nan. Xie Yuan's swift army was only a pseudo-silver-grade army, while Aya's pink skull was a mercenary army. With such strength, if they were to enter the maelstrom, they would most likely be wiped out. Even a silver-grade army would not dare to rush in at such a time. At such a time, it was taboo for him to have too many personal thoughts. Qin continent's tyrannical mounts, tyrannical and unparalleled. They were opponents on the same level as them. No, the underworld continent's demonic mounts had declined for a long time, while the Qin continent's tyrannical mounts were currently awe-inspiring. Compared to them, the reactions of the other bodyguards were slower by a beat. Tang Chao's cold voice was filled with killing intent. He looked at White Sands City expressionlessly. Master is still in the city. With the might of MT Tai pressing down on them, everyone's faces changed. Only Tang Tian's face had an indescribable calmness. Excitement, unprecedented excitement. Xie Yuan quivered. He knew that his hesitation had already caused Master Tang Chou to be unhappy. The trust between both parties was still weak, and any hesitation at such a time would only ruin the future of the Swift Army. Xie Yuan immediately understood that he had made a huge mistake. Since the Swift Army had already chosen Master Meng Nan, in a certain sense, the Swift Army no longer belonged to him. Not only that, he and the Swift Army already belonged to Master Meng Nan. Such a sacrifice was a meaningless sacrifice. I am sorry, I have already promised to protect eldest young noble. Ling Xia and eldest young noble's faces turned as white as paper. It was definitely not a good idea to fly into the sky at such a time. There was nothing more exciting than a strong opponent. Countless of fireflies appeared out of nowhere, instantly covering the entire street. Smoke filled the entire street, but under the illumination of the fireflies, there was a sense of tranquility and gentleness. The barracks was outside the city, and if they flew, it would take about an hour. It used to be a warehouse of the Suji worldwide commerce, but was transformed into a temporary barracks. It was as though there was a voice in Tang Tian's heart shouting, "Defeat them, defeat them. Let them come back." Tang Tian stared at the empty end of the street and said without turning his head. Lang and the rest stared at the Qin continent's tyrannical mounts in dissatisfaction and slowly retreated, unmoving like a mountain, but moving like thunder. The barracks bugle horn wailed, killing intent soaring to the sky. The leader, a short-haired man, walked out and bowed to Tang Tian and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "We greet Mr. Meng Nan. I am Sang. The last time we met, Master's demeanor was unforgettable. We have no intention of becoming enemies with Master. I wonder if Master can give us some face? Do not interfere in this matter. We are willing to gift you with a warship, along with 100 elite tyrannical mounts." Tang Tian said to the underworld continent's demonic mounts beside him. The pale-faced eldest young noble revealed a bitter smile. It seemed like this was the end. Instead, he calmed down. The other party's strength far exceeded his, just the price was far more than what he could pay. Compared to them, the promise he gave was so cheap that it was shameful. The fighting intent in Tang Tian's chest surged. Lang and the rest of the underworld continent's demonic mounts were true elite soldiers. They were Shi Sen's future demonic mounts' backbone officers, and to die in such a fight, it was not worth it. Without Shi Sen, the underworld continent's demonic mounts' fighting strength would be greatly reduced. The stronger the enemy, the more cruel the battle, the more it would sharpen the young man to become even stronger. All of you protect eldest young noble. Furthermore, the white sand city in the distance could only be seen faintly. 30 underworld continents' demonic mounts, against 200 Qin continents' tyrannical mounts. They had no chance of winning. Ling Xia understood, her face changed, and immediately ordered the bodyguards to return. But the underworld continent's demonic mounts by Tang Tian's side suddenly released a cold killing intent. The current underworld continent's demonic mounts were no longer a group of simple old men. Their entire bodies were releasing a terrifying killing intent, like many sharp swords that were unsheathed, not concealing their sharp auras at all. The Qin continent's tyrannical mounts in front of them moved. They pounced forward like a pack of wolves. "Since Mr. Meng wants to get involved in this mess, then I will have to offend you." Sang was expressionless, his gaze becoming cold. "What's going on? What happened in White Sand City? Is there a disturbance?" Tang Cho was expressionless, but his heart heaved a sigh of relief. The two armies had just been bought, and it had not been long, and he himself did not trust the armies that he bought. If the two of them truly refused to listen to his orders, he would not be able to do anything. But he knew, if he had any hesitation, he would not be able to command the two armies. Tang Tian stared at the Qin continent's tyrannical mounts, his blood boiling. Qin continent's tyrannical mounts, such powerful enemies are not easy to meet. Retreat. His bodyguards were usually powerful and imposing, while the underworld continent's demonic mounts by Tang Tian's side were all ugly-looking and somewhat old. They were not as elite as his bodyguards. Tang Tian immediately recognized them. The leader of the group was the group of people that he and Shi Sen had met at the mercenary center. Looking at the flames and black smoke in White Sand City, the soldiers who were training in the barracks all stopped. Tang Tian's actions were like sweet honey, attracting countless of hunters, and when they saw Tang Tian, they would always reveal a trace of hesitation and fear. But very quickly, the hesitation and fear was replaced by greed and fanaticism. Ling Xia and the rest's faces changed. It was just 100 people, but their aura was so powerful. Tang Tian shook his head. "There is no need to discuss." Aya nodded her head. She felt that his method was more mature and prudent. The current situation in White Sand City was not clear, and if two armies were to suddenly barge in, no one knew what would happen. The White Sands continent was not a small continent, and if they were to barge in, it would be seeking their own destruction. Chapter 629. Tang Tian had never felt that he was so close to death. It was as though he could see the pale white face of the death god. Before Ah Sang finished speaking, in his vision, a regiment of fire broke through the air from the firefly ocean. Immersed in this sea of red, one would involuntarily become lost in it. What was worse was that every time it exploded, it would ignite again. Meng Nan's ferocious name was too famous. Ah! The green light congealed into a spear. The tyrannical chi was like a wave that swept out in all directions. Ah Sang was extremely confident in his spear. The heavenly green flames itself was extremely tyrannical, like a ferocious wild beast, but the heavenly green spear that was congealed through a special technique was like an impenetrable net that covered the group of wild beasts, and when the net was broken, the ferocious nature of the wild beasts would increase by several folds. The heavenly green tyrannical spear's chi that was restrained to the extreme suddenly erupted. Scatter. Using the spiraling energy, it was a killing technique that combined the null flames and the firefly ocean into one. He firmly believed that even someone as strong as Meng Nan, in front of the heavenly green tyrannical spear, would be defeated. Pa. The green light spear and Tang Tian's fist collided without any fancy moves. The fireflies floating around all entered the null flames, and in the blink of the eye, the gray null flames had dyed the red fireflies. More and more fireflies were attracted, and if one looked down from the sky, the entire fire cloud was surging towards Tang Tian's position, as though there was an invisible hole there. The green light regiment was about to explode, but the gray lines lit up with a faint light, like a dense gray net. It firmly suppressed the tyrannical green light regiment. The heavenly green tyrannical spear did not explode, causing Ah Sang to be surprised, but he calmed down. The power that was suppressing the heavenly green tyrannical spear was quickly weakening. He did not have much energy left. The spear that he had unleashed previously had exhausted all of his energy. The dazzling light regiment exploded in front of Tang Tian's eyes, like a ferocious beast that was stealthily approaching its prey. Its sharp fangs and claws instantly revealed a sinister look. But he never thought that Tang Tian would actually be able to suppress the heavenly green tyrannical spear, causing his face to become sluggish. The long fiery tail formed a red fiery screen. Spiraling energy. The massive fire cloud would cause people's faces to change, and that was why Ah Sang was willing to lower himself, hoping that Meng Nan would retreat. It was a pity that his plan to bribe him failed, and upon facing Meng Nan, Ah Sang displayed his decisive side. Facing a powerful martial artist like Meng Nan, the opponent would not give him much chance. Especially when the fire cloud appeared, the terrifying scene, Tang Tian, Sex Tian immediately used his strongest technique. A green light spear pierced through the dense fireflies and pierced through the air. The heavenly green tyrannical spear's spear tail began to explode, and with every explosion, its aura would increase by another level. When the spear had exploded, the power was raised to the maximum. The faint green light ball brought along a tyrannical aura, like a heavy hammer, smashed towards Tang Tian. As sang, it would as to it. Tang Tian did not know where this power came from, but at this time, how could he care about anything else? Behind the vast ocean, the hidden, unswerving face reflected the glow of the fireflies and the ocean. The young man's figure was like a javelin. His tranquil eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the vastness and nothingness. Bang, bang, bang. His legs moved frantically, and one after another, the air shield beneath his feet exploded out at an astonishing rate. Bang, bang, bang. His legs stomped madly on the ground, and the air shields under his feet exploded at an alarming rate. Bang, bang, bang. His legs moved frantically, and one after another, the air shield beneath his feet exploded out at an astonishing rate. Pa. You always want to embrace the world, you never forget about the stars. This was the Qin continent's tyrannical mount's unique, heavenly green flames. His body bent like a bow, he stepped forward and grasped the air. Power. His body was once again filled with power. But the powerful and heavy heavenly green tyrannical spear that was enveloped by the gray patterned fire screen continued to strike towards Tang Tian. The gray patterned fire screen's power continued to dissipate. the energy undulation inside became even more berserk, and Tang Tian felt as though he was hugging a huge bomb that could explode at any time. The fireflies in the surroundings all exploded like fireworks. The surging light aura caused the fireflies in the sky to be unable to move forward. Damn it! But just at that moment, the sneer on his face suddenly froze. Behind the fireflies, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly exploded with two cold auras. The ferocious aura in front of him surged and fluctuated, and then suddenly retracted it. In that moment, all of the hairs on Tang Tian's body stood up. In the sea of fireflies in front of him, it was as though there was an ancient ferocious beast crouching there. Countless fireflies formed a red flame that revolved, swallowing and spitting. The null flames suddenly revolved quickly. The countless fireflies formed a bewitching red flame. One end of the flame wrapped around Tang Tian's fist. Like a whirlpool, it spun at an astonishing speed. The long fiery tail extended out to a distance of 70 m. It looked extremely majestic, like a phoenix's long fiery tail. Within the blazing and enchanting flames, there was a trace of gray lines that were difficult to be seen by the naked eye. A sneer surfaced on Ah Sang's face, the power of the heavenly green tyrannical spear. Without personally experiencing it, one would never be able to understand. Meng Nan's head-on clash, to him, was no different from seeking death. The gray pattern fire screen's energy undulated, his face changed, cold sweat dripping down. And Jing Hao represented another path. What he pursued was the laws of heaven and earth. What he pursued was the most fundamental laws of the world. If it was any other saint reaching such a realm, they would have long given up on techniques like the spiraling energy. But in Tang Tian's view, there was no such thing as absolute profoundness or superficiality. There was only suitability or unsuitability. Maybe it was a habit formed from training in fundamental martial techniques for so many years. He subconsciously roared out in anger, using all his might to instigate the remaining power in his body. His initially relaxed muscles once again tensed up. Strength, I need strength. But there was no fear on his face. Countless of battles had long tempered his mental state to be as tough as steel, and his competitive nature, at that moment, caused the fighting intent in his chest to soar high up like a fiery tail, wantonly fluttering. The transparent ripple formed a thin transparent membrane, enveloping Tang Tian's fist and the red flames. Every time the long fiery tail swayed, a profound and cryptic aura would be quietly released, causing the fireflies around to become sluggish. The red flame vortex that enveloped Tang Tian's fist had an inconceivable change, like a red umbrella. It suddenly opened up. The longer they stayed in the fire clouds, the more disadvantageous it would be for them, and Gong Qin had used his life to prove that. His pupils suddenly dilated, his face as white as paper. An intense sense of danger and death aura enveloped Tang Tian. The intense survival instincts made Tang Tian completely forget to think, and his body's instincts took over. Just from the energy undulation, Tang Tian was extremely sure that if it were to explode, he would definitely die. The gray pattern fire screen suppression on the heavenly green tyrannical spear was weakening at an alarming rate, and what was worse was that he did not hold back at all in his fist. He had just used up all his strength and had yet to regenerate. That was the true power of the heavenly green tyrannical spear. Its tyrannical and ferocious nature was unstoppable. Without any fancy moves, it was the most simple and unadorned straight fist. The moment the fist was released, a formless ripple suddenly exploded out. It was like a fierce beast, like a torrent. Nothing could stop it. With just one charge, the Qin continent's tyrannical mounts made Tang Tian realize that they were able to intimidate the world, and had the capital to become a tyrant. The red fireflies brought along a calm madness that pervaded the air. The houses on the streets all had holes that started to melt, and in the blink of the eye, it became densely packed, like a beehive. Every single Qin continent's tyrannical mount's method of combusting energy was extremely tyrannical, and what was even more terrifying was that even though they were combusting wantonly, their energy synchronization was flawless. He was clearly in the air, but it was as though he was stepping on solid ground. The power flowed from his legs to his waist, and layer by layer. Tang Tian's body was like a tough and durable whip, his fist was the tip of the whip, and when the power was transferred to his fist, the power suddenly surged. The heavenly green tyrannical spear was 30 m long. The surging blazing light aura transformed into a green-white color. One spear, I only have one spear chance. Tang Tian ignored the cold intent that rose from his tailbone. He was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, his mental state tensed up to its limit. Countless fireflies were stirred up, the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts charged forward like lightning, the aftershock swept through the place, causing the buildings that were already filled with holes to collapse like castles. Tang Tian's roar came out from the depths of the firefly sea, causing Ah Sang's face to change. He sensed that the heavenly green tyrannical spear was flying towards them. Open! The ripple distorted the space. The might of the fist caused even the space to tremble. The empty palm was like a whirlpool, and the green light was frantically pulled in. Sigh. The congealed energy quickly flowed out, like a thin blade skimming across water. The green light that the troops were spewing out suddenly dimmed. Tang Tian's body was like a dry land that had met with rain, frantically absorbing the warm flow. Not good. Bang. Ah! There was no sound of the wind, no screams, it was completely silent, like a green fierce beast that was sneaking in before it hunted its prey. All of its chi was extremely reserved. Ah Sang's attainments in heavenly green tyrannical spear had reached perfection. Not even a trace of chi was leaked out, showing his perfect control. The ferocity of the heavenly green tyrannical spear far exceeded Tang Tian's imagination. The sudden burst of attack made Tang Tian feel as though he was facing a prehistoric beast. Under the immense pressure, Tang Tian's state of mind was extremely calm. He exhaled and spoke. The bomb entered the firefly sea. Every explosion would release a warm flow. The concentrated explosions and countless of warm flows flooded Tang Tian's entire body. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly constricted. Pushing the bomb forward, Tang Tian continued to increase his speed, and after rushing forward for a few meters, he gathered his last bit of strength and pushed his palms towards the direction of the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts. Tang Tian realized that he had still underestimated the power of the heavenly green tyrannical spear. Seeing that it was about to strike his chest, Tang Tian did not care about anything else. He retracted his right fist and immediately opened his left palm. Bang, he blocked the fireball, and using that as a buffer, his right fist turned into a palm, and at the same time, he blocked the fireball. The green light regiment shot into the fiery screen like a rock. The fiery screen rolled up, and like a red cloth, it enveloped the green light regiment. Ah Sang, who was usually calm and composed with a smile on his face, was currently glaring angrily. He was the most intense regiment of green flames. The other green flames were following him, calling out to him. His legs crossed, he bent his waist, and the gray null flames rose up without a sound. A series of explosions came out from Tang Tian's body, like beans being fried. Tang Tian felt something exploding in his muscles, tendons, and bones. Chapter 630. Bang. Xiao Yi, who was beside Hing, trembled. Suddenly, a dazzling light aura soared into the sky. The astonishing explosion caused the entire White Sands city to tremble. I met 200 Qing continent's tyrannical mounts. Tang Tian's face twitched, but his smile looked extremely miserable. They are truly ferocious. Luckily this young lad's luck is not bad. Io, quickly help me up. It was Tang Cho. The skinny and tall man praised, I like your righteousness. Just at that moment, a sound came out from ahead, causing Tang Tian and the rest's faces to change. They did not have any fighting strength at the moment, and just a group of hoodlums would be enough to kill all of them. Xiao Yi's face was pale white, the terrifying energy undulation. Even if it was him, not even his bones would be left. Everyone struggled to stand up, swaying. This godlike young lad is so powerful, Io. And what else do you have in the White Sands continent? Tang Tian's expression became serious. You do not have any cards in your hands, you are not their match. Also, don't think about my two armies, they haven't even completed their training. He has 3 silver-grade armies in his hands. Return? He laughed out loud. He still wants to return? Sua Bai and I have been enemies for so long, how can I give him the chance? His abilities are not bad, but his temper is bad and stubborn. It's better to just kill him, it's easier. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. It was a pity. He felt that the fox was sad. He frowned. I did not know that all of you were so afraid of those families. I have probed them a few times over the years, but did not find any abilities from them. A figure carefully climbed over the ghastly pit. Just as he climbed over the pit, he saw the black mass of people and his expression couldn't help but change. You understand me, it's just some small tricks. He revealed a sneer. That last Ling Xia is still too tender. I only mixed some sand in her. If she wants to reorganize herself, who knows how long it will take her. But she will not have the chance. This time I will not let the Ling family live. Tang Tian, who had a smug expression on his face, suddenly grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, Xie Yuan and Aya's faces changed. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Hearing the tall skinny man's last sentence, He Ying's eyes flashed with a fiery heat. He laughed out loud. Don't worry. Now let's go take a look. The beautiful Miss Yuan, the feeling of monopolizing a beauty is truly great. The heavenly green tyrannical spear was the most famous killing technique of the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, and its might was known everywhere. Only after seeing it with his own eyes did he realize that it truly lived up to its reputation. His heart suddenly stirred. If such a supreme skill could be incorporated into this continent, then wouldn't it be? Beside Ying was a skinny and pale-faced man. His expression was gloomy and cold. If Ralph was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this person's voice was exactly the same as the mysterious man in the shadows. Damn it. Tang Tian thought for a moment, then said, Come, let's go to Suji Worldwide Commerce, drive the battleship, and go home. Tang Tian sat paralyzed on the ground. His entire body was covered in mud. His entire body was limp, as though all his strength had been sucked out. At the end of the street, there was a large pit that had a diameter of over 1 kilometer, with black smoke rising in spirals. Gifts. He laughed happily. I like that way of putting it. But all of these gifts are priceless treasures. What a brilliant plan you have. The effect is superb. With all these family members in my hands, I do not believe that anyone will dare to go against me. Xiao Ian, who was by the side, remained silent, but a look of pity flashed past his eyes. Meng Nan's strength was outstanding and was a rarely seen strong martial artist, but in the era where armies ruled, strong martial artists would never be able to win against armies. Even for a strong martial artist like Meng Nan, in front of the elites of the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts, he did not have the leeway to struggle. The title of elites was definitely not something that could be casually obtained. To be able to be crowned with the title of elites, they were definitely of a higher level than the Qing continent's tyrannical mounts. And the main general, Ah Sang, was not a nameless person, and was definitely a true dauntless general. He was now completely in awe of Tang Tian, and even if Tang Tian wanted him to die, he would not hesitate. A single person was actually able to kill the 200 Qing continent's tyrannical mounts that Ah Sang commanded. Such perverse strength was simply unheard of. The skinny and tall man's expression became more relaxed, and he nodded his head. Until now, our cooperation has been good. I hope that this will continue. At that time, the White Sands continent will be your world. When Tang Cho saw Tang Tian's miserable state, he jumped in shock. Master, what's going on? He Ying was surprised, but immediately laughed out loud. Heavenly green tyrannical spear. Qing continent's tyrannical mounts heavenly green tyrannical spear. How is it? Isn't it spectacular? With such power, with such elites, who can stop me? He Ying was high-spirited. Let's go. In such a chaotic situation, we need to protect all the beauties, and not be disturbed. Aya could not help but ask, Master, you guys killed the 200 Qing continent's tyrannical mounts? Heavenly green tyrannical spear. Maybe a woman can do it too. He Ying laughed wretchedly. but I will definitely not give her to anyone else, to lie on a beauty's lap when drunk, to wield the world's power when awake, that is life. Tang Tian was startled. He turned and saw that it was Qin Yu Ran's bodyguard, and a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Is Qin Yu Ran in danger? I can't let your investment go to waste, He Ying said with some pride. He Ying's face twitched, and he laughed out loud. You're too nervous. Such a small matter, no problem. After killing Suo Bai, I will get the 3rd and 4th armies to retreat. That way, the pirates can take advantage of the situation and rob the few families once and for all. Whether you live or die, it all depends on your mood. But we have to wait for Suo Bai to truly die. If not, without the 2 armies guarding, if Suo Bai turns around, we will be in trouble. He Ying was not afraid at all, and sneered, I need to understand what I am doing if I am not careful and fall into someone's trap. When cutting weeds, we need to remove the roots. You are right. The tall and skinny man nodded his head. What about that Meng Nan? He is an unstable factor. You must not be careless. The tall and skinny man revealed a smile, especially with so many free gifts. After Suo Bai is dead, lend me the pirates. The tall and skinny man said. When will Suo Bai be back? Thinking about the scene, Tang Tian still had a lingering fear. It was truly a close shave. If he had been slightly later, he would have been buried in the terrifying explosion. Although he had retreated the moment he threw out the bomb, but the aftermath of the explosion had directly sent him flying over 300 m. Looking down from the sky, the crater on the ground was a ghastly sight. Eldest young noble and Ling Xia were dumbstruck. The rest were not any better. All of them were lying on the ground in disarray, their bodies covered in blood. Even eldest young noble's mouth and nose were stained with blood. 2 bodyguards tried to protect him and used their energy barriers to block the shockwave. In the end, they lost their lives and saved eldest young noble's life. This is where Miss Yu Ran's charm lies. The tall and skinny man chuckled. But from now on, she belongs to you. If you don't like her, I believe that you can use her to recruit anyone, just that he is a man. That's right. Tang Tian said with a matter-of-fact face. I said to protect you, but I never said that it has to be within the White Sands continent. The tall and skinny man's gaze became even colder, his face revealing a look of ridicule. Being too smart might not be a good thing. No one is irreplaceable. Don't forget, if we can help you up, then naturally we can make you fall to pieces. Hearing that, the tall and skinny man's gaze turned cold. You investigated them? Careless? He Ying's eyes revealed a sinister look. I have prepared a huge gift for him. 200 Qin continent tyrannical mounts elites, with Ah Sang as their commander. Humph, I don't believe that we can't take him down. Ignoring the startled Xie and an Aya, Tang Chou was long used to Tang Tian's way of doing things. He asked, Master, where are we going now? His face immediately darkened. All along, his eyes had been at the top of his head, and he did not care about the consummate techniques of other continents, but at that moment he could not help but be moved. Eldest young noble was dazed. Meng Nan's every word was like a sword stabbing into his heart. After surviving a calamity, everyone's face was filled with misery. Suddenly, he noticed Tang Tian, who was surrounded by everyone, and immediately cried tears of joy. He stumbled and ran over. Master, you are alone. Ah Leng, who was also covered in injuries, snorted. It is the Qin continent tyrannical mounts elites, with Ah Sang as their commander. Ling Xia and eldest young noble's face changed. Eldest young noble immediately said, Mr. Meng, we just came to an agreement. The tall and skinny man clapped his hands and laughed. That's right. But a pity, Lei Erfu was dead. Master Meng, quickly save young miss. I beg you, quickly save young miss. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, all of the buildings had been turned into ruins. They are the elites of the Qin continent tyrannical mounts. He Ying corrected. He felt some heartache. I spent a lot of money to get these elites. I hid them in the mercenary center. Humph, the Qin continent tyrannical mounts are not the underworld continent's demonic mounts. That guy is dead for sure this time. That's good. The tall and skinny man seemed to be satisfied. The tall and skinny man's face changed. His gaze was fixated on the dim light aura in the distance. The energy undulation in that moment was extremely powerful, causing even his mind to palpitate. 200 Qin continent tyrannical mounts, with Ah Sang as their commander, was not a nameless person. Such strength was definitely not something any strong martial artist could defend against. But he knew that Meng Nan was completely right. Qin continent tyrannical mounts? The tall and skinny man was surprised. No wonder you are so confident. The tall and skinny man nodded his head. A look of praise flashed past his eyes. You are becoming more and more cautious. Seems like you have improved a lot in the past few years. Xie Yuan and Aya seemed to have been immobilized. Both of them were dumbstruck. The Qin continent tyrannical mounts who were in the center of the explosion were instantly wiped out. Not even a trace was left. When Tang Tian saw who it was, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fifth Army, you definitely did something. The tall and skinny man said indifferently. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.